It's 5:30.
What the what?
It's 5:30. Call the meeting to order. Roll call, please. Here.
Ms. Temple, Ms. Williams,
Here.
Ms. Person West,
Here.
Dr. Reddas,
Here.
Ms. McLean,
Here.
Ms. Wonken,
Here.
and Mr. Steele.
Thank you. So we need to have the flag salute. Jordan Anderson, would you please lead us in the flag salute? And congratulations on presidency. Ms. McLean, will you read the vision and mission statements, please?
Yes. The vision statement, world-class schools for world-class students. Mission statement, the North Little Rock School District and the community will provide for achievement, accountability, acceptance, and the necessary assets in the pursuit of each student's educational success.
Thank you. Recognition and
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the first recognition program is 5.1, and that is our student presentation. So I would like to welcome the fabulous principal from Glenview Elementary School, Mr. Kelly, to come forward. And I know he's got some students that are going to be doing a presentation with his scholars. Dazzled.
Good evening, Madam President, school board members, and Dr. Paluski. My name is Principal Dwight Kelly, and I represent the Glenview community of the great and wonderful school district of North Little Rock.
Yeah.
And there's something that is near and dear to my heart on our campus, and I wanted to make sure that we challenge everyone in the city of North Little Rock to be a mentor, because we have to put belief in our students that they can become anything that they want to be. They just need a glimpse of what it can be, and they must be tied to some others that have come through this process, and we want mentors to come and give back to our community. And so we tie this to our vision statement at Glenview. You have the clicker. Our belief system at Glenview, our mission statement is there, but our vision statement, I want to make sure that we hone in tonight. The Glenview team will collaborate with all stakeholders to achieve student success. All stakeholders. So that means the entire village is important to the success of our students. And so with this, we have a lot of students in the city of North Little Rock that can hit home runs, but they only have the belief that they can reach first base. And we want to instill in every child that they can be whatever they want to be. Amen. And so belief matters, mindset matters. And I have two wonderful people, our counselor, Miss Whitney Patterson, and our social worker, Miss Renee Harris. They're going to lead us in celebrating kings and queens in training, because we believe that we have students who are kings and they are queens, and they must be trained.
Hi, everybody. So I just want to talk a little bit about our goals with Kings and Queens in Training. We have some photos from past years on the slide where you can see that we've taken kids all around our community to have different experiences at the National Park Service, also at the Innovation Hub. We visited Mosaic Templars. So we are really proud of that. Our main goals with Kings and Queens, they are to teach character education, do some career education, and also expose our kids to mentorship like Mr. Kelly talked about. We hope to inspire our students towards greatness by exposing them to professionals who come and give of their time to pour into our students. So that is the, well, can you click the slide actually? So there's a little bit of history to Queens in Training, and Kings, of course. So Queens in Training was not started at Glenview. The human services worker at Boone Park initially started the program. Her name is Jamesetta Ballard. And it was through her work that we found out about the program from our former resource officer, Officer DiMatteo, who was really committed to bringing the program to different schools around the district as part of her work. We loved the program. We loved the idea and the values behind the program. And so we decided that we wanted to take it on at Glenview and also add in Kings. So that's what we've done.
So one of the things that we learned along the way is, you know, if you show your students that you care, they'll come back to share. And with that being said is we've had a lot of students that have grown throughout our school, and a few of those have come back throughout the years. We had one former teacher that was in our system, and she's like, you know what, I have a young man that can come back and speak. And he came back, and he spoke to our Kings, and he was like, look, hey, I was that student that you all have, and you can make it. And he shared a lot of those things that he had, those things that he had to endure, and he spoke to our students, and he's like, look, hey, I work at a car dealership. I make good money, but I also am an entrepreneur. And he has his own moving service. So he shared that with the guys, and he said, you can be an entrepreneur. You can do these things. You can also make it in your life. The other young man that's up there, his name is Courtney, and he was a student that I had when I worked at Strive, and then I gradually moved into the district. And he came back, and he was like, you know what, I myself am getting ready to move on to be and go to Oakland to have a job and work at Union Pacific. And I just wanted to let you know that the things that you said to me back when I was in elementary school made a difference for me. And so just being here, I just wanted to come back and say, hey, you made a difference for me. The things that you said made a difference for me. And I wanted to come back and share those things with you. So, and just to be able to see some of his teachers and the consistency and just being there, and me being there for 14 years, this is my 14th year, he said just to be able to know that you're still there and to be able to give back makes a difference. So that makes a difference, you know, just being there. So I want these students to be able to share some of the things that they themselves, after being there and being in the 5th grade now, means for them. Okay.
I am Denari Gordon. I am in 5th grade. What I have learned from being a part of Queens in Training, I have learned that no matter what comes my way, if I put my mind to something, I will achieve it. I have also learned a lot about my history during Queens in Training. I've also learned that if I work hard, I will make it in life.
I am Malachi Hall. I'm in 5th grade. What have I learned from being in Kings in Training is to treat my peers the way I want to be treated, not to talk back when I'm instructed to do something, not to take when I'm not given, and do the right thing.
I am Jaden Baker. I am Jaden Baker, and I'm in 5th grade. What speaker stood out to you the most? The speaker that stood out to me the most was Miss Ariel. She was a hard worker, and even though she had a kid at 17, she never gave up. She inspired me to never give up, no matter what happens.
My name is Keith Hunter, and I'm in the 5th grade. the person who stood out to me the most was Mr. Eubanks. He was in the Army for 21 years, and he tried exotic foods from all around the world. He went to Korea and didn't know how to speak the language, and then he had to learn it, and that's all.
My name is Camille Harris, and I'm in the 5th grade. What have you learned from being parted in Queens in Training? I have learned to be responsible and respectful to adults and others. I have learned to make better choices, and I learned to if I had a dream, I would work my way to it.
My name is Lorenzo Bradford, and I am in 5th grade. How has Kings in Training has helped you, and how? The Kings and Queens in Training program has been instrumental in my personal growth as a 5th grader leader at Glenview Elementary. Since enrolling in the program, I have honed leadership skills, fostered teamwork, and cultivated a positive attitude. The program has also provided me with a platform to connect with my peers who also share similar aspirations.
All right. Well spoken.
My name is Anala Hampton. What have you learned from being a part of Queens in Training? What I have learned is to respecting people, others, and myself, being a queen and being a leader.
All right.
My name is Leland Wolfram, and I'm in the 5th grade. Queens in Training has made a difference in me because I used to talk in class, but I stopped. I've become more mature. I treat others the way I want to be treated. I learned the 3 R's, which is respect, responsibility, and do the right thing.
All right.
My name is Mackenzie Rice, and I am in the 5th grade. Would you recommend the program for the 4th grader students for 5th grade next year? If I had a chance to go talk to the 4th graders about Queens in Training program, I would, and I would tell them it is so fun because our parents tell us things, but they don't tell us everything because we won't understand it at that time. But the speakers, they tell us things and they put it in our grade level so we will understand it. And also, thank you for our time.
Thank you so much for giving your ear to our students. We're proud of them, and this is just a reminder. What would happen if every person in North Little Rock would just grab one student and mentor them? Thank you so much.
Keith, you go up in the top row there. Some of y'all get back by him so we can get a group treat. Go up. Go up. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, our audience and our public, we have a very special superintendent's recognition this evening. If you recall, at the end of February, we had an extra special event in our community, and that was to host the boys 6A and 7A, 6A, excuse me, boys and girls, 6A. Do I got that right, Coach? Okay. 7A is football. I'll make sure I didn't screw that up. Basketball tournament. and where we hosted student athletes, boys and girls from all over the state. And one of the things that I certainly wanted to do during that event was have fun. And we came up with the concept of having a superintendent's MVP. And we asked all of our elementary principals if you could identify a boy and a girl in either 4th grade or 5th grade that exhibited the qualities and characteristics that you want all students to demonstrate in your school, that basically represent the core values of your elementary school. And principals thought about things about leadership, about being kindness, just like you saw the students from Glenview talk about. So they had recommended a boy and a girl to be the superintendent's MVP. Myself, as long as our staff, coach, we hosted them. We're going to show you some of the, we're going to recognize them, but they all got an MVP special lanyard with their name on it. We invited them with their parents. We had a VIP section for them. They had special seating, and we had a little swag for them, rolled out the blue carpet for them. We had Coach Rice and Coach Ballon there, and really made it extra special for them. And something that I took away from personally when I talked to most of the students, have you ever been into this arena? Have you ever been in Charging Wildcat Arena? And many of them said no. Many of them said, we didn't know that this existed in our community. And then the culminating thing, when they had to meet Coach Rice down on the end and they got to see his big shiny ring, each one of them asked, how do I get one ring? We only had one on. But Coach Rice, or every single student asked Coach Rice, how do I get one of those? And he had pulled them aside and had an individual personal conversation with them. And I thank Coach Rice personally, Coach Ballon, everything for that event. So we want to take this time to recognize our individual superintendent MVPs that were ambassadors to each one of our elementary schools to showcase at that state event. So we'll recognize each one of them, and as their students come up, please come up and we'll give you a special certificate.
From Amboy Elementary School, Faith Crutchfield. Okay. Lance Johnson. Okay. From Boone Park, Tiara Harper. Kristen Holloway. We can still clap for them. Yeah. From Crestwood, Jaleel Larkin. Aaliyah Stewart. From Glenview, Junaid Jones and London Summons.
I hope they didn't leave.
Indian Hills, Dallas Parkhurst and Grace Rose. Lakewood Elementary, Connor Moore and Brody Owens. From Meadow Park, James Gibson, Carter Lee. He's here. Carter! From Ridge Road Elementary School, Allison Dancy, Emmanuel De Los Santos. And from 7th Street, Ariana Martin and Anthony Bell.
You, my friend. Would you bring any of our coaches that are here? You anybody special?
His mom right there. What up, Mom? Madam President, so just a point of personal privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this young man go a long way in athletics. He knows he's good, Mom knows I stay on him, but he is an outstanding athlete already. They can't wait for him to continue to grow and develop, but he is already amazing. And you're going to see and hear a lot about him in the future. We just have to keep him in North Little Rock.
So next, we'll recognize our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. Dr. Paluski meets with many groups as he is seeking ways to improve the school district for students and staff. However, I know that his favorite meeting occurs on the second Thursday of every month. Dr. Paluski meets with the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which is made up of 7 students from our secondary campuses. Dr. P treats the students to lunch, and they eat and tell it like it is. Many of these students have been a part of our district since kindergarten. They have shared their experience throughout their time in school, and they also offer recommendations on how to improve the culture and climate for every student, not for just themselves. They've discussed issues such as mental health, how they spend the early release days, social media and its dangers, NWEA tests, and how school letter grades are calculated, and so much more. And a special treat, they have schooled Dr. P on the latest lingo, which he looks forward to using in conversations with me, and I have to calm him down. So thank you, council members, for bringing him up to speed. So we're going to introduce them individually. So Jacob Bravo. Nevin Ross. Georgia King, and her parents said that she would not be here today, but they wanted to thank you for this recognition. Josue Mora. Ari Baker. Jordan Anderson. And Abby Schaefer. There's a state champion in the house, a 2-time state champion in the house, and you may want to address her with a lot of respect. Kalia Kism is a senior at the Center of Excellence, and she won the Class 6A Girls Championship in wrestling. Kalia, would you please come? And also Coach Jack Hendershot and Coach Ballon. Kalia Chisholm. I'm going to respect her. I don't want her to take me down.
She's getting ready to go turn them back on. Somebody just hit it. That's okay.
The Environmental Excellence Competition is back. This is the first competition since 2014. The staff at each school worked very hard and the schools looked amazing. The schools placing second for the cleanest school buildings in the district have already received plaques for their buildings. They are second placed cleanest secondary, North Little Rock High School, And the second place, cleanest elementary, Ridge Road Elementary. First place winners are in the secondary division. The cleanest secondary school goes to the 6th grade campus. Mr. Clark, will you come up?
He said back to back.
His accessory is non-work related.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Don't be like the Nuggets.
And in the elementary division, the first place award for the cleanest elementary school goes to Crestwood Elementary. And for our superintendent's honor roll, it will go to Ms. Julie Weaver, who teaches kindergarten at Amboy Elementary School. She was nominated by her colleague, Ms. Marla Thompson, who just raved on her ability to work with others, a great team player, and one that just a model employee at their school.
Not that. No.
There he goes.
Yay, Wesley!
He's like, what's going on?
Uh-oh.
Look at me. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Good job.
And I'll ask Ms. Barker. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. To our board president, our board members, North Little Rock staff, and North Little Rock community. It is my pleasure to recommend our April Northstar recipient. Our recipient is a parent of 2 special education students in the North Little Rock School District. Isaac Hubbard is a kindergarten student in our CBI self-contained classroom at Lakewood Elementary. Isaac is a very special young man who is intellectually disabled and in a wheelchair. Israel Hubbard is a 1st grade student in our academic self-contained classroom at Glenview Elementary. Israel is blind and receives special education services under the handicapping condition of multiple disabilities. Our recipient has purchased so many things for students in our district. For example, if the physical therapist says Isaac needs a peanut ball for therapy, they buy 10 so that there's extras for the other students. Our recipient volunteers countless hours of her time in the classroom. The teacher at Glenview Elementary stated that she always buys things for the entire class. She's bought medical gloves, wipes, Kleenex, snacks, crayons, markers, paint, and Lysol. She gets anything we need. She has also helped the entire school building with Christmas and Thanksgiving projects and has donated to help families in need in the school building. Our recipient, I met with her today, that being the nominee, which is Dr. Leanne Stoll, and she told me that she would be very happy to do anything that any class needed. She told me that she would help the teachers set up their classroom over the summer, paint or whatever they might need. Leslie and Kara are true servant hearts, and they adopted their children because they had special needs. They are certainly a blessing to our district and our special education program. Dr. Paluski, North Little Rock staff, school board, let's celebrate our April Parent Northstar, Karen Hubbard.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, that concludes our recognitions. I would like to suggest that at this point in the agenda that we amend the agenda to remove action item 12.3. Due to the documents that we had uploaded, these are new policies as they relate to LPPC and CPPC. We just noticed that the documents were inaccurate. It was just a simple error. We want to make sure that we provide the public as well as you the most updated information so that you can review that. So we would just ask that you remove that, and at the next meeting we will bring that back. So it would be, the recommendation would be to remove action item 12.3.
Madam Chair, I move that we amend the agenda and remove action item 12.3 CPPC and LPPC policies.
Second.
It's moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, so we are to executive closed session per North Little Rock School District Policy 1.14, stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for a vote of the membership. Further, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 1062 C1 states that the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced before going in. So will you please join me in executive session for the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or resignation of an employee. I'm sorry, I didn't see that on. Okay. We're ready for public comments. Is that Ms. Stumpenhouse? Did I say that right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Come on in, Doc.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm just here representing the coalition called For Our Kids Educational Amendment. And I wanted to make you guys aware, if you're not aware, that we have the AEA, the NAACP, Stand Up Arkansas, the Retired Teachers Association. There's about 6 of us that have come together as a coalition to form a ballot questioning committee to put an educational rights amendment on the ballot for November. Currently, we're collecting signatures. We need about 90,000 signatures to be able to get the petition to put on the amendment. And I wanted to make sure everyone's aware, because we're trying to gather support in our school systems to be able to kind of get the word out about what we need and what we're asking for. The main part of the amendment, there's 4 main parts. The first part is that if you accept state money in the form of a voucher, that you have to follow state rules and regulations like public schools do. The second part is pre-K accessibility for ages 3 and 4-year-olds, and that would include universal access. It's not required to go to pre-K, but anybody would have universal access and it'd be free to them. The next part is that you would have summer school and after school availability, universal access, and then wraparound services, which is something that we've already started or that we're talking about tonight for anyone within 200% of the poverty, federal poverty line. And so this really addresses poverty as the root issue of problems in education for Arkansas, and it helps us and puts more money back into public schools. So we really hope that we would love to see the North Little Rock School District get involved somehow. Our retired teachers are really taking the horns and running with this, because those of us who are working currently in the school systems have policy that don't allow us to do political petitioning and things during the school day or on school property. So we would love to work with you and find out ways that we could still follow the policy and yet somehow encourage our community and our teachers to get involved at the same time. So we would love to have those discussions with you and figure out ways to make that happen to be represented. We have been talking with Lee Tackett, who's the president of the North Little Rock Retired Teachers Association, and she is willing to gather up her retired teachers group to help us with that, so that we don't have to involve our employees during school hours or anything. So anything y'all can do to help us, or if you have questions about the amendment, we'd love to help. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready for board member involvement. I'm going to start down here with Mr. Steele.
Been to 7th Street and a couple of baseball games. Other than that, at the Capitol.
You see Alabama beat Arkansas?
Yeah.
Arkansas, we're number 2 in the nation. We're number 1, but we're still number 2.
I might have to say something about that before I end. I went to see
Help me out.
I went to see Hamlet at the high school, and it was great. Our students are so talented, and they tackled Hamlet, and they came out on top. It was amazing. I attended the North Little Rock School District Retired Employees meeting. We meet at Lehman Library. Meadow Park Drumline and Gospel Choir performed. They had their percussion instruments. They're singing a couple of solos. I mean, we were rocking in Lehman Library. And we had people that were at Lehman coming to see what was going on because it just sounded so great. So that was awesome. The North Little Rock High School, some students from North Little Rock High School dance also performed. So it was just a wonderful treat for us. I did drop by the North Little Rock School District Job Fair at 7th Street Elementary last Saturday just to see how that was going. And every school had a great setup with lots of information and goodies for prospective hires. And I think there's going to be another one. Is there? I don't know.
There'll be another one in June.
It'll be in June.
June 12th.
Okay, so there'll be another one. And then, of course, this discussion about baseball games and Alabama, number 17, beating Arkansas. She said, you better not come to the board meeting tonight with an Alabama T-shirt on. And I didn't, so. But I'm a Hog fan, too.
Okay, I've just enjoyed the wonderful atmosphere that we have in the North Rock School District. It's so amazing. And what I've really been doing, the North Rock Public Education Foundation, we're going to have our academic signing date on May the 13th. That's on a Monday. And we do have 20 students that will be involved in this process. Excited about our seniors coming out of the high school. And you will be amazed at how intellectual or astute they are to have received those university scholarships. And so that, to me, is what has motivated me. And also one other thing, Dr. Pete, that young man in 11th grade that I hollered at him on Facebook that made that 36 on the ACT test, and just want to give him what? A shout out. Absolutely. That was amazing. He's a junior. And next year it's nowhere for him to go but in somebody's college, because he can go anywhere. Okay.
Don't worry, Ms. Williams. We'll have a special recognition for him.
Okay. Take the mic.
Sure, I'll take it in my hand. So far at the Lehman Library at the Teen Loft, we are, last count, we are up to 200 prom dresses. And now we got to start trying to build a mechanism to set appointments and get with the counselors in the high school so we can make sure that every young lady that needs a slot,
I was asking, when is prom?
May the 18th, I do believe. Is that correct? May the 18th. So the cutoff, if you have a formal or a suit, May the 18th is prom. Suit, shoes, accessories, what have you. Lehman Library, Rebecca Smith is the person to donate that to, and by April 26th. But she got me that information this evening that we are up to 200 items as far as donations, and I'm really ecstatic about that. Now, shifting gears, because I shift them fast. We needed to start talking about, even though we're not out of school yet, we need to talk about back to school. So I set a goal, if you remember a couple of board meetings, of 200 backpacks that I want to spread amongst the elementary kids. Guess what? We're at 200 backpacks. I will beg and beg and beg until somebody gives me what I need. So guess what? I need some composition notebooks, I need some pencils, I need some blue and black ink pens, and I need some 2-pocket folders. I know everybody out there in our listening audience in here and in our North Little Rock community would love to bring some school supplies here to this district office. Just give it to Miss Tanya at the front or ask for Ms. Colquitt. She'll get those, and then we're going to fill the backpacks and distribute those amongst our elementary students. Thank you.
You're always a mess. PTA meetings and soccer games. I want to encourage everyone to attend a PTA meeting. There's a middle school PTA meeting coming up April the 22nd at 5:30. And then there's also 2 more home soccer games for those that would like to come out and cheer on the soccer teams. So, thank you.
I'm just excited about tomorrow night, the night of honors. It was phenomenal last year, so I can only imagine how it's going to be this year. So I'm just ready for it tomorrow night.
And semi-formal, that means you got to dress up to the nines, maybe the 9 1/2s. Right, Dr. B.
You may go. I'll go very, very quickly. April 2nd, our annual monthly superintendent's parent advisory. It's always great to get their feedback. Also remember on the 3rd, we visited Lakewood Elementary School for their luncheon, superintendent and school board. That was awesome. Friday on the 5th, after we'd presented the reorganization, I immediately met with principals, executive team, and our coordinators. Let's not forget what April 8th was, a complete total eclipse. And I don't know about you, but in my community, when it came to the total eclipse, I heard kids screaming in my neighborhood. I heard families, and there was a lot of feedback that we got, I think from Facebook, from parents that appreciated being home with their children for that phenomenal experience. Obviously, a lot of time meeting with the LPPC and CPC. I'll talk about that later. Last Friday evening, my wife and I had the awesome opportunity to go to Chenal Country Club for our community salutes. This is the second time that this has ever been done in Central Arkansas, and it recognizes all Central Arkansas seniors, male and female, that are dedicating their lives to military service in some way, shape, or form. It was outstanding. I want to give a shout out to Colonel Tucker. He had always asked for support. I want to give a big shout out to Mr. Sulla. His students have videoed that event for the last 2 years. And last year when they did it for the very first time, it had gone national across the United States. The work right done by our students to showcase that, and certainly Master Sergeant Hunter. But many of our military students do not get recognized like some of our other students do. So it was great to represent that. I was also mentioned about the job fair as well, and that's my report at the moment.
Thank you.
Can I ask about the job fair?
Sure.
What's been the result of the fair? Have we found candidates that actually resulted in employees for the district?
Yes, sir, we have. The spot we are within the hiring process right now, these contracts are being issued here shortly, and so we will know what open positions, but we are fairly full as a district right now. So the principals spent a lot of time garnering candidates, having conversations with them, letting know prospective openings they might be having and things of that nature. And so the June one is much more hire and fire time, I guess, is the best way to say it. It's a really quick process to try to turn over those individuals to get them on board. Does that make sense?
It does, even though there may not be openings now. Do we see some potential good employees that we keep
Absolutely.
on file?
Absolutely. We're always constantly looking for the best and brightest candidates, number one, and retaining the ones that we have.
Yeah, that's important.
General postings out as well for secondary and elementary teachers for any individuals that are interested right now. We're collecting a candidate pool as we do every year.
Great, thanks.
I just want to say something, Dr. P.
Yeah, just going to make sure we're on the agenda or off it.
Yes, it's about the same thing.
Okay, about the job fair.
It's a closeout of our North Rock High School students to get jobs, and they need to go on the website because the high school could not take them until the May 21st. But the alderwoman who is over at Miss Linda Robertson stated if they want a job now, they need to go on the web and get that for themselves, and they'll put it in churches to help in that.
That's a great idea.
Our high school has not, it'll be too late for the date that they have provided. So those of you like Dr. Reynolds out there to deal with, they're hiring everybody. You know, if we want to get them in the banks, we want the kids to get the
Sure.
good jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Agreed.
thank
That's a
you.
good point.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Legislative update. Do you have one, Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be very quick. We just started. If you could take one and pass it down. We just started. I just really wanted to share a copy of a few bills that's basically been introduced. These are all appropriation bills dealing with education, and they've gone through both the House and the Senate. That's what we do at the beginning of the legislative session. And I think, remember, I've said it a few times now, appropriation is not money. Appropriation is just giving the authority to spend a certain amount of money. And once we really get into the nuts and bolts of the session, there will be amendments on various programs and such. But in order to spend anything with the state, you have to have an appropriation. I'll give you one example on page 3. SB is Senate bill, HB House is House bill. If you can see that amount of appropriation, 1.9 billion for teacher retirement. Lion's share of that is Miss McLean and Miss Williams' money in that amount. But you can imagine every teacher that is retiring, that's putting into that system, that number is going to be quite high. So that's why we have well over $1 billion appropriation. And as that grow, that appropriation needs to increase, it will. They're seeing now a decline. More teachers are retiring at a higher rate. But to have more appropriation than you need, that's not really a problem. The problem comes when you don't have enough appropriation for what we might see. So you can see some of these other bills. Very easy to go online. All you need is the bill number, and you can get all the information and keep up with any of the amendments that may be coming. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are ready for a classified personnel policy report.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Paluski. I'm Rhonda Colquitt, Chair of the Classified Personnel Policies Committee. Joining me this evening is Ms. Cherry and Ms. Dumpin-House. Thank you for the time that you've given us this evening. The Classified Personnel Policies Committee voted to reject the North Little Rock School District Reorganization Plan Proposal Phase 4 on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. At this time, Ms. Cherry is going to speak.
I told myself I was going to remember how these seats slide backwards, but I forgot again. I just wanted to make a short statement on behalf of the CPPC. We would like to thank Dr. Paluski and Dr. Hooper for attending our meetings and providing information and helping with discussion regarding the reorganization plan proposal. We appreciate the opportunity to express our thoughts and concerns and regarding the reorganizational plan. And we look forward to working with the district and continuing the revision process to provide excellent support and services to the staff, students, families, and caregivers of the North Little Rock School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all your report?
That's it.
That's all?
Yes.
Is that all, Ms. Colquitt, for CPPC?
That is correct.
Okay, and then we'll turn it over to LPPC. Madam President? Ms. Dumpin-House.
We're ready.
Good evening. I would like to go over, first of all, our March minutes that were approved, because we've had a couple of meetings, I think, since we last approved. So we're going to just kind of go through a couple of months' worth of things, if that's okay. We did discuss, once again, the sick leave, the personal leave, and vacation for LPPC, but that's been tabled at this time. We haven't taken any action. We anticipate probably doing that in this summer or next year to try to get the alignment between the LPPC, or the licensed personnel, and the classified personnel. We did finish working on all of the policies that were required by the LEARNS Act, and so I think those will be ready for you at the next meeting. We also finished going through and completing and discussing all the stipends. We will have a presentation ready for you by the May meeting on the non-athletic and the athletic stipends. With the non-athletic, because there's fewer numbers, we have been able to compare all 6 school districts with every position, and I think that'll give us a really good starting place for the non-athletic stuff. we're still, I think, another phase or two down the road before we can finish getting all of the athletic stuff done. We have in our next meeting more stuff, and pretty much stipend stuff is what we spend our time on. Like the classified staff, the licensed staff also voted to reject the reorganization phase 4 policy that was presented at the April 4th board meeting. We voted, I think, initially 10 votes to reject, and a couple accepted and one abstention. And since that time, we have been able to talk to Dr. Paluski and get some real honest, good dialogue happening there, and we appreciate that. And I just have a statement I'd like to read. And so, good, bad, or indifferent, change is hard. We acknowledge that improving a failing district is a mammoth task that requires bold moves. I personally would not want to take on such a task. A 30,000-foot vision takes time to build on the ground. A consistent theme across this district in the time that I've been employed here has been low morale. It's a theme that has infected the entire nation in education, to be sure, but reorganizing an entire district takes a toll on everyone. COVID wore us all out. When students returned in the fall of 2020, staff literally feared for our lives. We spent the first half of the year unvaccinated, and we prayed we would survive until science put forth a cure. Students came back to school with behaviors out of control. They had been ignored, isolated, unattended, scared, and in some cases, abused and neglected. Our spirits were tired and low. And then a plethora of new staff were hired with big money from ESSER funds. Funds which many of us believed that we, the folks who endured face-to-face COVID contact daily, believed that we were due after having survived the pandemic. Then, wiping out the entire staff at 7th Street was the next devastating news to the community, and it was another blow to morale. The latest proposal to eliminate employees funded by Opportunity Culture during the April 4th board meeting was overwhelming. Many of these staff have been in North Little Rock for years, serving the community and the district with great fidelity. The seasoned staff of this district felt deeply betrayed. When Dr. Paluski took the matter to the CPBC and the LPBC to get our input last Wednesday, he actually listened to us. He heard our frustrations. He felt our grief. He surmised that his plan needed to pause. He talked to us, got our feedback, and allowed us to express our truths, and that's good leadership. Actually allowing dialogue to inform and transform the process is good leadership, and it's worthy of public praise. We haven't experienced this type of hope in a long time, so thank you. We know that all of you will continue to have to make hard choices to improve this district, and there will potentially be more disagreements on how to go about doing this. This group believes that the people who matter the most are the people who work with kids every day. So we will continue to advocate for positions that impact kids first and foremost. And going forward, we would love to have more opportunities to share our input about how to save money for the district. Thank you.
Ms. Stumpenhouse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, she's on one today.
Ready?
Miss Sarah.
Okay, the first information item is 11.1, and this is to provide the school board, and I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Reynolds. And is there anybody joining you, Dr. Reynolds, or is this a solo show? Just you. So we've wanted to provide for some time just an update on our virtual academy program, and one of many hats that Dr. Reynolds does. Even though she's got coordinator of virtual and innovative learning, she also substitutes quite a bit. I want the public to know that. that she substitutes quite a bit for administrators in our district. And I want to recognize you for that, Dr. Reynolds. That's another hat that you wear, and you wear it well. So I do want to publicly recognize you, because I don't think a lot of people realize that. Sometimes we have an administrator down that you're always willing to be there and until the job gets done. So, Madam, I'm gonna turn it over to you for this high-level overview of virtual learning.
Madam President and School Board, Dr. Paluski, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share updates on our virtual programming. So I just wanted to provide you an update of our virtual program. I'm clicking mine, but this isn't clicking. Okay, there we go. For Virtual Academy and Credit Recovery, because those are two things that we're kind of pairing this year. So the program has continued to use Pearson as the learning platform for the 23-24 school year. But the change, which I presented to you all before we started, was we're trying to use reducing cost, using more North Little Rock teachers from the North Little Rock Academy. We do have one special education teacher serving special education students, and one special ed paraprofessional to serve the virtual student that's in his IEP. The special education teacher also serves all of our homebound students. So that was kind of a new piece as well this year. We did move our offices over to the North Little Rock Academy building to be closer so I could support the teachers that were starting the virtual learning and just be able to answer questions and be right there when they needed me. We are only serving grades 6 through 12 this school year. The exception is any elementary students who are already in the program. They were allowed to stay in the program if they wanted to. Just kind of to let you know where we stood. When we started our second semester, we had 26 students on a waiting list that wanted to be virtual, but we could not accept them because we didn't have any openings. No one left us enough to serve that, so good and bad. Since then, I probably get 3 to 5 calls, emails per week, parents wanting to be virtual for one reason or another. So it's the need has continued to be there and wanting. Okay, so this is our enrollment. You'll notice this data was pulled on 3/11. So we have changed the enrollment a little bit since then, but you can see the majority of our students are in the secondary grades and just very few elementary students. And you'll notice, of course, 3 of them are 5th graders, which will move out into the 6th grade next year. Also, we serve 17 high school students with our platform because they had a teacher vacancy in physics and could not fulfill it. So they have a teacher supervising, but they're using our platform and a Pearson certified physics teacher to teach that. All digital health classes, of course, is that requirement for students to have a digital health class. So for the high school, the academy, and the COE, they all use the Pearson platform for that digital health class. And in addition, COE is using the platform to support their environmental science class. Just to let you know, this is our data as far as Did I do something?
No, I was going to ask you about what you just said, that all of the students are using that. Are they in that 114 number, or is?
No, that's separate.
Okay.
The 121 in the green down there, those are students that are completely 100% virtual with me.
Okay.
The other students are just using that platform, so that is those are additional people that are using the platform. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. So this is, again, 100% virtual students. So as far as attendance goes, number of students with more than 10 absences, 0 of our elementary students had more than 10, 1 middle school student, and 5 high school students. So I was happy with that. Again, those are students have been virtual since the beginning, and that data was pulled on February 16th. As far as grades go, we only had 1 elementary student with 2 or more D's and F's the first and second 9 weeks. Middle school had 10 students, and high school had 14 students with those grades. So, and I don't know why I put 6 there, so forgive me. I'm just looking at my math error right now. So that was 25. I'll just add that up on the fly. Don't know how I missed that one. All right, so just to talk a little bit about credit recovery, we did make a change this year with credit recovery. We are using Pearson. One of Dr. Paluski's visions is that everything we do virtually should be on one platform, just to kind of keep it all consistent. So we did switch to Pearson for that. And we did have a rubric. We referred more students to the ALE, which I know we talked about this last spring, if they were credit deficient, and we did move more students out to ALE and to kind of gain those credits back. And so that's what you see on that second big bullet point, that we moved them out there. And credit recovery classes at the high school and COE were removed from the school day. That was another point, was if they were behind in credits, they should have a normal schedule, and they do now and have been all year, staying after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 6 to make up those credits. In just a moment, you're going to see the results of that. And then this is just some of the information we had provided you, is that students that were placed at ALE on credit deficiencies at the beginning of each year, how many credits they had to have to be considered on grade level, or they were recommended for the ALE based on that credit deficiency, and another criteria, which a lot of times that might go hand in hand. So here's our enrollment numbers. So for 22-23, these are the number of students at the high school and the COE that were enrolled in credit recovery classes and the percent of the population. That has decreased some. So I think that's a good thing, but we still have a need for credit recovery. We have gained a lot of credits back, but it's just one of those things that if a student does not pass, they've got to take credit recovery at some point. And just kind of giving you an overview of how many credits have been recovered. Again, that data was pulled on March 11th. So high school students, we've recovered 62 credits at this point, COE 3. And then the North Rock Academy, which includes our virtual students, because we kind of put them together, they've gained 100 credits. I'm going to tell you that number has gotten better because I know we've gotten some more credits since then. So a total of 165 credits regained, and moving towards, which will of course help that graduation rate piece, which is important to all of us. And this is just kind of a breakdown of what credits were recovered, and you'll notice the high ones are the world history and the American history. Those are the ones that had the highest numbers of credits recovered. Of course, English 12 is going to be low because they had to have failed it first semester to take it in second semester, or maybe it was a student that's you know, an 18, 19-year-old that was coming back to us, so that's why that number is a little lower. So the next steps for us, we would like to continue utilizing those North Rock Academy teachers, but again, for cost savings, we might need to add their 7th and 8th grade teachers to help provide that. We didn't ask their middle school teachers that taught core subjects to go in, but again, we would never ask someone to teach and have kids in front of them. We've kind of worked through the schedule to make sure they have an open period, because we know that's not good practice to have them teaching dual things. We want to try to explore some more North Little Rock School District teachers for electives. That's the big thing we're paying Pearson for this year. Our Spanish classes, AP classes, physics and chemistry, physics, yes, physics, chemistry, and pre-calculus. Those are the main classes that we don't have teachers at the academy to cover. So that's what we're still paying Pearson for. I would like to open our enrollment process in May, so we can go ahead and start that enrollment and find out how many students are interested and where we stand. Continue using Pearson for the digital health classes and credit recovery. I feel like it's been successful, mostly good things. And then with school board approval, we just have to file an extension with DESE for our Act 1240 waivers that deal with seat time, which is for a virtual program. It is a little different. That is it, unless anyone has any questions. Yes, Ms. Williams.
May I say one thing before you ask that question, Ms. Williams? Dr. Reynolds, can you just briefly talk about, there are some other school districts locally that have dissolved their virtual. Can you share with the board before you take questions how many phone calls you're currently receiving on a week that wish to enroll in the North Little Rock virtual?
Yep, so Pulaski County, their Driven Virtual Academy is going to be done at the end of this school year. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us to really, put out there that we are offering this to maybe, gain some of those students. It started out with an email that I received from a family. They said, we need to figure out how to get in your program. And so I was like, oh, okay. And so just, we continue getting interest in things. And like I said, not necessarily straight from them, but again, in general, I get 3 to 5 emails, phone calls, something a week that are not currently in our program that want to be in our program. So it's just, I think we're going to stay at probably the same kind of numbers we're at this year.
Okay.
I just wanted you to know that.
I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
What has happened to our homebound teachers? Do you still have them, where they used to go in? How many do we have in the district now?
How many students are on homebound?
Huh?
How many homebound teachers?
Of the homebound teachers. You remember how we used to sign them out?
I'm looking for
How many
Dr.
do we have?
Dr. Stoll.
And how they utilize.
Yes,
I'm talking
please.
about savings now, because she's talking about virtual And I know we don't have to go into homes anymore. So how many homebound teachers do we have now?
We have one. She was out on medical leave. She had cancer this year. So we moved them over to the virtual academy. And our special ed teacher there she did homebound and special ed. So that's the only person we have serving homebound now. We don't have any more homebound teachers.
Very good. Dr. Reynolds, while you're there also, you mentioned there's an administrator that takes care of now the after-school program. Would you please explain to us how one administrator can take care of the students, that the number of students you say come in? What is that process that person uses? Because at this point, some of us are sitting here going like, wow. Okay.
So at the high school, there's one administrator, but there are several teachers that stay after school to support as well. And so it's not just the one administrator on their own. They have licensed teachers in case students have questions. If they're taking algebra, they failed it the first time, so they're might need some support. So they have several teachers that stay after school to support that as well, not just one administrator. But we just want you to know there is an administrator there. It's not just to help that with that supervision.
Okay, and tell me, what is Act 1240?
There's a lot of waivers that can be obtained with Act 1240. One of them that we've used in virtual is recess, because there's the law that the elementary students have to have so many minutes of recess. A waiver we have to do is about the recess piece, that they're not doing a traditional recess. There's another waiver about seat hours, and they're not sitting in a seat for the same number of hours as their in-person counterparts. So there's several different things that can go with that Act 1240 waiver, but those are just two examples.
So you're gonna apply for it.
Speaking to the mic, please, Ms. Williams.
We already had those waivers, Ms. Williams, last year. We just have to apply for an extension to have them again. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the report you gave Dr. Reynolds was very good.
Thank you.
And you answered all my questions.
Thank you so much.
And so, one other thing, one other question, DESA. You said we will file an extension with DESA. So, with the filing of DESA, that would be the part of the waiver that you would be asking for?
Yes, ma'am. We send those in, and then I have to go before the state board for the approval. Yes, ma'am.
That money has already expired, is that correct?
The DESE is the Department of Education, that new, we used to call them ADE. They've changed it to DESE now.
Okay.
I should have written that. I'm sorry. I know Dr. Paluski likes me to
You
work
didn't
on those.
explain it? I wouldn't have had to ask.
I know,
if you didn't
I should have
explain.
written it out.
All right,
Note
thank you.
taken.
Ms. McLean?
Yes, I'm thinking of that economic supply and demand. And it sounds like there is demand. So how many can we supply? How large can our virtual get?
Glad you asked that. I had my budget meeting today with Mr. Brown, and he gives me so much money. But again, kind of like we know every new student we get that rate for them. So, if I have an argument to say we're bringing more people in, maybe Mr. Brown will allow me to expand my budget. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But yes, it is a supply. It's an economic impact. Yes.
What about, we have the credit recovery. Are there instances out there where you have a student, I don't know, maybe they dropped out of school, but they're wanting to get some credit recovery? I'm trying to think of an example.
We do that all the time. In fact,
I don't know how the state looks at that or how much we're paid for that.
Well,
or
they
how
do
does
have
that
to
work?
get re-enrolled in North
They
Little Rock
do.
School District to take these classes.
Okay.
And I'm not I would have to refer, Kathy's not looking at me, but Kathy's the person with that. But yes, they do have to re-enroll in North Little Rock School District to take these classes.
Okay.
And we have had that happen this year.
So you're saying we have a chance to
We
be
do.
able to expand the
Yes,
program?
absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Steele, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Dr. Redis?
Great report.
Thank
No
you.
questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Walcom?
I'm really excited to see this credit recovery. These numbers are looking really good. I'm really excited that's
It's
exciting news right there. So thank you.
They're doing good. They're working hard.
Yeah, for the graduation rate, yes, and
They're working
state
really hard.
requirements and what we're being graded on. That's good stuff right there. So that's good. That's real good.
And that's what I was going to comment on too, as far as the credit recovery and how the numbers are trending down this year, which is great. I do have a question. I know you were saying something as it relates to in the future about the electives. What are their students doing now as far as electives, or what is in place for them? Because I didn't see.
Well, we're
any of that on
having
the-
to pay Pearson teachers to
Oh,
teach those
okay.
electives because it's a smaller group of students, so it's hard to get a teacher for, say, 10 students for a class, but we can pay Pearson to do that. If we could find an Orthodox teacher somehow to make that work, and that's something we can look into, that would save us some money too.
What are the options as far as Pearson, and what are the offerings as far as
They're really getting into
the
the
electives?
CTE piece, which is what the high school's going to with the academies. And I just met with them recently, and they were kind of asking me some questions and that. So they are expanding some CTE electives, which really is great. They offer, we do the world geography. There's music classes. I actually teach some of the business classes. I'm chipping in to be the teacher. I'm a business certified teacher. So we've kind of opened up some offerings like that. That's really nice. And there's a drawing class, so it's they are able to take some. Now, obviously not every elective that's at the high school, but they just if they're happy with that, then we can provide those electives for them.
Thank you. That's
Sure,
all I
no
have.
problem.
And thank you for chipping in too.
I'm a put a hat, another hat.
She drives a bus too.
And I drive a bus, Miss Wonkum. I know you guys. and coaches the swim team.
Yeah, I did know about swim. Yeah, you're good on that. Yeah, I did know swim. Yeah.
Great report.
Just for my memory, because I don't remember, I thought we paid a fee per student per license.
Yes.
So I guess I'm confused. How do we save money when it's our own teacher?
Well, there's a okay. So if so, for example, if you're taking a class, it's $59 if I provide the teacher. But if Pearson shows up, then they're going to tack on an extra $400 for you to take that class. So me teaching that business class is $59 versus if you want to take Spanish, although I'm pretty good, but I couldn't teach it, I'd have to pay Pearson an extra $400 and change per student.
Per student. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that's
well,
why we're chipping in.
Okay, follow up. You opened a can. So with that being said, do we have some of our high school teachers who are able to do?
Well, and that's something kind of in that follow-up steps is to investigate high school with, and I said the word wrong, I know that, cryogenics, and cardon. I called it something crazy today, but just once that looks, and we may see if there may be some gaps and openings in a teacher's schedule, and maybe they could pitch in and teach it. So that's some being creative and being fiscally responsible. We may could find some spaces.
Okay. So so it's basically to use the platform. Is it the same for credit recovery?
Yes, ma'am.
$49 a student.
59, and it's refillable.
59.
So you can take a class when you're done. I can pop in and take the class. So it's a year long, and you can just refill it as much as you need to.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
And that's what I was going to ask too. Well, follow up on what you said as far as the teachers can be hybrid as far as
Yes.
in the building and then also
And that's what the
online,
academy
too.
teachers
Okay.
do. There's an open slot in their schedule that says
Gotcha.
virtual, and there's no kids sitting in front of them, and they can serve our virtual students either by teaching the lesson or that's their planning or grading or meeting. We call it office hours, like in college, to meet and get that extra help. So that's what they do with that free period.
All right, I like it.
Go ahead, Dr. Redis.
How is the pay done with that? Do they get a separate check from Pearson or from us, or?
Oh no,
do
it's
they
just
get
in their
extra?
teaching schedule. It's just that it's just in their teaching schedule. It's a norm. They still have their prep period. They have everything. That's just one of their class periods. It's
So
nothing,
it's
no
nothing
extra
extra.
work. No extra work.
How do they get those computers or books? We provide everything.
We do.
for
We
them.
provide it. Every school, their home building location provides them with the Chromebook. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when they turn them up,
They follow on the same rules if they are at school and tore them up. Yes, ma'am.
okay. Because I was just concerned, so the district has done well about having hot spots for these. I can remember where they had put buses in some places, but we've taken care of all of our students as far as needing hot spots to pick up. That's what I'm asking you.
We only provide hotspots if a student is placed in virtual on discipline. We no longer, the hotspots with all the extra money and all that, we don't provide the hotspots anymore.
Okay, you don't. So these students that we're dealing with are just fortunate enough to be in an internet area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No questions, but I love that we're using the academy. I love that we're utilizing that space out there. I love that. I love that. I love
I do too.
that.
Me too. Thank you.
Me too.
Okay, great report.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Reynolds
you.
and Dr.
Thank
Stahl.
you.
Thank you.
The next information item is 11.2. This is a 2023-2004 elementary and secondary school third quarter discipline data, and I'll ask my colleagues, Dr. Tracy Lightfoot, Executive Director of Elementary School Performance, and Mrs. Tracy. I know, it's Amy and Tracy.
Wait, we're just like the same person, it's okay.
Ms. and Jordan and Ms. Hale. As you know, just to give this kind of small entry, we've been working on and showcasing just where we are with our discipline data. So they're going to give you a kind of high-level overview. I know the board has looked at all of these slides and you want to ask questions, so I know they're going to hit the highlights as we discuss. My colleagues, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Paluski. Thank you for having us. I'm Amy Jordan, Secondary Director.
I'm Tracy Lightfoot. That's Dr. Tracy Lightfoot, Executive Director of Elementary School Performance.
Thanks.
Kathy Hale, Student Information Specialist. And so we're going to share with you some discipline data tonight. The purpose of this is to show you both second and third quarter discipline for this school year.
So we'd like to start with our elementary discipline. And we'd like to first kind of review, and I'm going to go back to our last first quarter presentation on discipline. And in elementary schools, we had some discipline that was coded as disorderly conduct, as you remember. And we talked a little bit about that coding is a little inappropriate for elementary because it doesn't appropriately describe the infraction that is occurring. And so that we were continuing to work with our elementary schools to code what is the incidents that are happening. And the difference between those is that the disorderly conduct is behavior that poses a significant threat to the learning environment. Disruptive behavior, which is 204, which is much more appropriate for elementary, is behavior that creates a serious disruption to all portions of campus activities and school-sponsored events. So with that, we'd start with Amboy. And so you will start to see on the left on the screen, and that the disorderly conduct from quarter 2 to quarter 3 starts to reduce, so that we are moving on. The data is showing that we're moving on that change from moving that data over to the right to the disruptive behavior. So it would look as if, when you look at disruptive behavior, that they're pretty much neck and neck. But if you take into account the reduction in the disorderly conduct, you're probably reducing that in quarter 3 here. Fighting was reduced at Amboy from quarter 2 to quarter 3. Boone Park incidents. They had low incidents of disorderly conduct initially. So then, generally speaking, that they had an uptick in disruptive behavior on their campus and also in fighting. They did have a downtick from quarter 2 to quarter 3 on a refusal to follow school and classroom rules. Crestwood, most common incidents. Their disruptive behavior significantly decreased from quarter 2 to quarter 3. And a refusal to follow classroom rules decreased. But you will notice that it did increase in repeated level 1 infractions. So in that data you will see, well, it appears that it was a significant reduction in quarter 3. Probably they are the same students, and they would be reflected in repeated level 1 infractions. For Glenview, the same. You have a reduction in disorderly conduct, but disruptive behavior looks to have reduced, and I think it would really be a reduction in quarter 3, but an uptick in fighting. Indian Hills, most common incidents is a reduction in disorderly conduct, but it looks like a swing upwards sharply with disruptive behavior. Of course, at 29 for the quarter 2, that would be absorbed in that quarter 3, and just a slight increase in fighting. And if you will notice, ALE is programming that is in Glenview and Indian Hills, and the fighting incidents aren't as high as they were actually when we looked at quarter one and the year previous. Lakewood common incidents. We have an increase in disruptive behavior, though from quarter two to quarter three, and an increase in fighting. And insubordination it wasn't a lot of incidents with that, but we did want to go ahead and show that children being like refusal to comply to school rules, that type of verbal type of exchange is seen in Lakewood's data. Meadow Park is a reduction in the disorderly conduct coding, and then that would be reflected in their disruptive behavior. It still was an increase from in quarter three. Fighting was about the same, and then again the same as Lakewood at insubordination, but it looks like that it was a little reduction in quarter three from quarter two. Ridge Road had a high incidence of that first semester as far as behavior infractions, and we're seeing that there's been showing a trend in the second semester that it has really been a disruption. You can feel it on the campus and you see it in the data. The fighting has reduced quite a bit. Now the battery is the first time that you see that in the elementary schools, and they code for battery here, and because it's different from fighting, the administration likes to capture where it is an incident where one student physically hits another student, but yet the other student does not fight back. It is not like a two-way exchange. And so we like to track that, and that's something we tie into counseling, and we tie into pieces of teaching our students. And most of these type of behaviors are how we manage our behaviors or manage our emotions, and how we act on them during the school day. 7th Street had quite a few disorderly conduct, and it looks like their disruptive behavior is still higher than in quarter one. But again, if you put that coding there, they might be still disruptive behavior in the third quarter would be higher than in the first. Fighting incidents were about the same, but refusal to follow school rules was significantly lower. As you remember, in the last meeting that we talked about our reporting on our discipline, that there was questions in regard to the number of students, if it's the same students or repeated students in regard to the offenses. And so that we did want to include that data for you to review for this time. And Ms. Hill, if you would like to just give a high-level overview.
Yes, so when we brought first quarter discipline to y'all, that was one of the questions that we received, was how many students are committing these incidents. And so we took that information. You can see second quarter versus third quarter there. That gives you the total number of incidents for each building and the number of students who committed those incidents, so that you can look and see about how many kids are repeat offenders on that. And that is just for the remainder of the elementaries on that slide. Second quarter on the left and third quarter on the right.
And that would be it for elementary schools, if there's any questions that you have.
I have a question, just so I make sure I understand. Part of what you're telling us is that disorderly conduct has kind of been reclassified to disruptive, so you almost have to lay them together to get.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted
That's
to make
correct.
sure I was hearing that correctly.
That's correct. Disorderly conduct is more of a threat, and usually that you may have law enforcement involved with those type of infractions. That is usually not something that is happening at an elementary school campus. So it was a coding piece that was aligned appropriate to the offense or the incident.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. When you're showing the number of students, explain this. I want to make sure I'm understanding. For example, at Boone Park, you have incident total is 68.
Other way.
The other way.
I'm sorry?
Which slide are
Room
you on?
Park.
Ms. McLean,
It's
slide
slide
14?
14.
Oh, slide 14?
Slide
Okay.
14.
Okay.
So we're talking
sorry.
about the comparison.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Slide, yep.
So Boone
That
Park,
would
you have 68 incidents across all the categories that could be.
Correct.
And you have 35 students.
Committing those 68 incidents.
Yes.
Okay.
So they could be repeat.
We do have repeat
Yes, ma'am.
offenders.
Absolutely.
So how are we dealing with that or with those students?
I think that this will, our presentation, I think, tips into the ripple effects.
Correct.
Presentation that we have that will
does.
be, Mr. Logan and Ms. Hill will be presenting afterwards.
After this.
But in a word, our students do need to learn. These are our students that are dealing with frustration and anger and socio-emotional issues. They come to school, and our teachers, our counselors, and administrators are always working with their elementary school students and finding acceptable ways and outlets on how we deal with our feelings and how we learn and we play and we collaborate, but we can disagree without conflict. And how do we kind of appropriately handle our feelings in the environment of learning? And they need increasingly a lot of support beyond the course of learning and the professionals that are there. So those are the students that we particularly need to track and to give a heightened level of support.
Okay, we're going to secondary.
Yes, absolutely. So for secondary, I did go ahead and include some Q1 data for you to see some trends. So you'll see those color-coded there. There is an uptick at some campuses, and we're going to talk a little bit about the details when we dig into that. I do want to brag that the 7-8 campus and the high school campus have seen decreases since the beginning of the year. And then, of course, the COEs are not significantly different from second to third quarter, but I do want to commend those campuses for what they're doing building-wide to decrease discipline incidents. We have focused at the secondary on fights. I know we changed our policy, and that was a focus early on in our presentation earlier in the school year. So I wanted you to also see those numbers discretely by quarter and by campus. Although sixth grade incidents increased overall, take a look at their fights, almost in half. Same thing at some of the other campuses. You see an uptick some places, but then overall the trend is downward. I think that the policy that you've created has helped, and we are seeing an improvement in that overall. Again, we just pulled out the most common incidents. There are, each campus may have 20 or 30 different kinds of incidents, but some only have one infraction. So we pulled out the top for you to see the highlights. The most common incidents at sixth grade are disruptive behavior and refusal to follow rules. And there's the new data for you on Q2 and Q3, which just completed at spring break. At seventh grade, these were their 4 outliers on the most common. Again, that's disruptive behavior, refusal to follow, leaving designated area, and fighting was the 4th most common. COE incidents, their most common outliers, especially for third quarter, that's tobacco and tobacco products came up. They didn't have any coded for second quarter, but then it was an outlier for third quarter, so I included it there. Leaving designated area and disruptive behavior was definitely an uptick on their campus for third quarter. At the high school, you'll see the trend is across the board decreasing from Q2 to Q3 with a significant decrease in both disruptive behavior and tardiness. So one of the things that's happening there is they do pretty regular tardy sweeps. And so the bell rings, the door's shut, anyone still in the hallway is moved to the cafeteria. That's actually happening at COE and high school. They're doing that system together. And then those students receive a document for that. They check how many tardies they already have. And if they're at a step that needs a different consequence, they get an additional consequence. And it is showing an improvement. Pardon me. I did the same thing on the number of infractions versus the number of students. It's interesting that the ratios are almost the same, K-12. It's almost a 2-to-1, 2 incidents per 1 student. Now, if you look at the raw data, I will tell you the majority of students only have 1 incident, the vast majority, but then we have outliers of students as well who may have 4 or 5. We had a couple that were 8 and 9. We did have one that was 12, and a lot of those are different types of behaviors. You know, there's multiple tardies, there's multiple out of location, there's vaping, they have multiple incidents. And to answer your previous question, Ms. McLean, that's where those students need wraparound services and need assistance. All behavior is communication. Their behaviors are communicating something. And so that's that's the challenge to us as educators, is to figure out what are they communicating and what are their needs, because that's something happening there for them. And so we're working really hard using PBIS. We're working hard on, the high school wants to look into restorative justice in their goals for next year. We're looking at, of course, we've got the academy opportunity for some students, that's a better location for them. And they're going to talk about ripple effects coming up as well. That's something that we're going to layer in even next year. So I think you'll just continue to see over time improvement and more improvement and more improvement. I'm going to piggyback on what we said earlier. I think it was Ms. Stumpenhouse who said, COVID, it wrecked our world. And we still see that impact in these students. Seniors now, we're in 8th grade, and we still see effects of that. And so I think as time passes, we'll see that bubble move out, and hopefully we'll just continue to see improvement. What questions do you have for us?
I'll go first.
Your hand was up first, Ms. Wonka.
So just putting it in perspective, I'm going to go by third quarter discipline. So 6th grade, because I had to pull my own data here. So incident total 367, number of students 156. Okay. The middle school 6th grade campus has 518 kids. I just want to put that in perspective for everyone.
Thank you, yes.
So the 7th and 8th grade campus, 286 number of students had an infraction. And out of the 7th and 8th grade campus, we have 1,038 children.
That's correct.
So I just want that in perspective.
Right, so when you flip it, it's how many students didn't have any infractions, and it's what, 700?
You're so smart.
Well, I'm not great at math,
And then
but that's an
my COE
estimate.
My COE has 29 number of students, and my total COE is 447
Correct.
kids. So then we're at the high school, and the high school is 261 incidents, and I have 1,640 children, babies,
Correct.
at the high school.
Correct.
So again, let's put this in perspective. We're okay. We're okay. Yes, we've got some issues. Absolutely.
Right, we want to improve, but
There's
we often
always
forget about how
room
many
for
don't have any
improvement,
infractions.
But we're okay. Miss Sarah, I'm going to pick on you for a moment, Miss Stephenhouse. I know you're a counselor. I understand you're at Indian Hills. You and I have spoken many times. I've bought books regarding emotional and social trauma. So overall, what are we doing as a school district as a whole in order to learn about that? What are we doing as a whole? Are our teachers reading a book every quarter or every 6 months, every year? What
So
are we doing?
I'll go ahead and
to
answer that, since I'm supervisor of school counselors. And I think our next presentation to you after this one is going to answer a lot of these questions for you and where we're headed with that. Because we do know that this is a problem, and we, Ms. Heather Rhodes Newbern wrote a grant for us to get this program that we're about to discuss with you in just a few minutes, and our counselors have been looking at it for over a year and receiving training in it. So I don't want to say things twice, but we're about to present this to you in just a few minutes, and I think you'll be happy with.
And just to follow up, there are specific trainings that teachers receive that has to do with, trying to intervene with students. What kind of de-escalation techniques are there? Even our security team is trained in that. That's ongoing. That's professional development that's continual throughout each building.
I'm glad you said that about the security, because yes, some of us knew that, but not everyone knows that. So good job on highlighting that. So yeah. And Ms. Tracy, I did your numbers too, but we're good. We're fine. I'm not going to go through all that.
And to answer your original question, your counselors are pushing into the classroom and addressing all of these issues.
And it's a lot. It's definitely it's a lot.
Whole lot.
Yes, it's a lot. We understand that. We recognize that.
Ms. Williams.
Your turn.
I would thank you. I could always understand in the past, the state always asks for your ethnicity. How many black males, how many black females, white, etc. And I would like to see that senior high report. I understand about elementary coming in. But there is something that I know the state requires of us. I don't think it has changed, has it, Mr. Steele? And that we need to know because it's a reflection of if there's a problem, we need to deal with it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not about the color of a person, but if there's no leadership, the ship sinks. And we have some very intelligent, smart African-American students, and they should not always be at the top of the level of disciplinary problems.
Right, and what you're
So
looking for is
I
not to
want
have a
see-
discrepancy. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to see a report that reflects that. And I understand about elementary. We don't have to go there. They're not getting trained at home and other issues, psychological and mental issues, but I'm really concerned about high school.
I can include that in a board report if you would like.
And also, and I noticed a reflection too, and I know the superintendent is listening, like, well, we had those low incidents of students, like Lakewood, hardly no discipline. Guess what? They got to be, because teaching is going on. Where there is teaching going on, there is less discipline. Now, I'm not talking about what they're doing in the halls. You know, if there's no teacher there, they do what they want to do. But anyway, I enjoyed your reports.
Thank you.
Both Dr. Lightfoot and you, Miss Jordan, and my girl there, Miss Hale. So that's my feeling, having a transparent report. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just,
On this, okay.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
I'll yield to you. Go ahead.
No, I was just, no, we usually go in start on a particular end. That's why I was just trying to see which end we
We
were
had
gonna
missed
start
this end down
on.
there.
Okay, so let's start on that end.
On 7th Street, I was looking at, there seemed to be a tremendous increase in disruptive behavior. And if there's any explanation for that, I would like to hear it. But the other thing is, question I have is, is there a guideline, is there a consistent approach to each individual category? Is consistency important, and how do you deal with issues at that level?
And I can speak to the second part first, and I'll let Dr. Lightfoot speak to 7th
Doesn't
Street.
matter.
Each incident that you see, like for example, here they're coded. That's code 307, code 204. Those are in our student handbook, and so they're
I know
described
fighting
there.
is.
All of them are.
Okay.
Every one of these is described in our student handbook, and those are state codes, so those are statewide infractions. And our handbook addresses what each one is. So that's something that students are aware of, parents should be aware of, families, all of our employees, our administrators. And then on top of that, we train regularly. Matter of fact, one of our assistant principal meetings this year was exclusively on discipline coding, because we were seeing that discrepancy about disorderly conduct versus disruptive behavior. And,
Right.
and we were like, that's off, because we typically don't see that type of behavior at elementary. That's why you see the shift from disorderly to disruptive.
I see. Good
Because
answer.
we solidified how they should be coding it. We got out there and tried to make sure we were making that clear to assistant principals and principals.
And the coding in the software is the same for every building. They
It's
have
the
the same
same.
options. The software is the same.
So to speak to your other question in regard to, you look at disruptive behavior at 7th Street, and it is high. And at 7th Street, we do have a very large number of new teachers. And wherever you find in a school where you have many more new teachers than you do have master teachers and seasoned professionals, the biggest thing that they struggle with is classroom management. And many of our schools in our communities, the behaviors of children can be very extreme and very active. So a new teacher managing that is a challenge, and the supports for new teacher is high, much less if you have many new
Right.
teachers at the same time. So that would attribute to high numbers there at 7th Street. But
Is that new to the school or new to the profession?
new to the profession? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But also with that one, if you take the 37 disorderly conduct and add it to the 25
Yeah.
on that one,
I was look-
you're only 8 away,
Right.
so it's not
One
quite
goes
of a
down and one goes
because
up.
it was coding that,
Okay.
that we were training on.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So we do think that all kind of on the same page now.
Correct.
On how you code an incident.
Yes,
Creating
and
a
we
system.
we calibrated. We kind of talked through some different things. We talked about why that would look that way, because a lot of our secondary schools didn't even have that many disorderly conducts. So we talked about basically just a misunderstanding of the nomenclature, just the names of those sound similar,
Yes.
right? Disorderly conduct sounds like disruptive behavior, and we really think it was just a matter of misunderstanding which one was which.
So we're getting much clearer and truer
And more
results.
precise. Correct.
As we look at it, it is helpful. As you notice in the Ridge Roads data, when I looked at that, I thought, was this a outlier? But it made me think maybe this is worthy of some further conversation. Am I seeing, are we coding maybe battery in all of our elementary schools? Are we actually tracking where a child has struck another and that they didn't strike back? It wasn't a fighting incident, because that will help inform our counseling and how we serve by that type of behavior. So to capture it is actually a very positive thing, so that we are aware of it and how we can best deal with it.
So I guess we still need to be talking about incidents and how you classify them.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ms. West?
I was just going to just make mention, I remember when you two first got here, about 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And I remember how some of these numbers were kind of just all over the place, and we had like a lot of different categories. So I'm glad to see that they're being honed in or focused in and defined more as far as which is which. Not as low as I would like in some areas, but I mean, that's just with learning and, of course, training and starts at home. So, you know, it's just, is there maybe some information we can send home to parents as far as assisting them as
coming
okay,
up.
okay,
Too.
okay,
I know.
okay, so we're thinking along the same
Yes,
lines,
it's
but
coming.
I know,
okay.
right?
You're
But
thinking about it.
I am, you know, liking to see the numbers kind of trending in a different direction, and so thank you. Good job.
Ms. Markham?
I'm all set. I said what I said.
Thank you.
Dr. Redis?
Out of turn.
First of all, great report. Thank you for the information. I too would like to see the breakdown as far as, you know, the race and the gender on the infractions, especially at the high school level. So in one of the weekly reports, if you could include it there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And you mentioned something in the high school about restorative justice. What
Yes.
does that mean? What is that?
So restorative justice is a movement in especially secondary education, but also in elementary
It is.
education. You may have actually used it in your previous district.
Absolutely.
Let me let
that.
her speak on it. She's more of an expert than I am.
It is an approach that it takes into account that, as Ms. Jordan said, when behavior occurs, it is communicating something. Okay, and then the student always, or person always needs to have a way out. So restorative justice puts some systems in that is not so as consequence heavy, but is what are the things, the stages that we're going to do, or the supports that we're going to do to talk through, to pay consequence to, and understand the behavior that helps to remediate it, to move it to another phase. But it takes more steps into it rather than you did it and then there's a consequence, you know, you pay, you're suspended. Well, have you learned a whole lot by going home for 3 or 4 days and you come back? But more of how can I restore it, the behavior, so that there is a change and that you can actually, I think we heard it from the mouth of one of the students that came up from Glenview, and he said, I used to talk a lot in class, but I have through this program, through the King's program, that I don't talk as much. And what that does is it restores a student to a confidence that you want from a young learner, because it was this is what I did, but it doesn't define who I am, and I can change and turn that around the next day. So it restores students to kind of live and learn again.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll close this out here, but I want to thank all of you for, and I think what you heard is, and all of this is about putting systems in place and being consistent across the district and how we code. I want to thank all of our administrators, and I think Ms. Stumpenhouse reminded us very well what it was like coming out of COVID. If you remember all the behavior incidents across the United States as well as here, I am proud of how far we've come. Do we still have far to go? Yes, but it's a difference today than it was a couple years ago. And I thank all of our teachers and our administrators for all the work collectively of creating a system. And now, as we go into how do we support students, which is a great segue. So, ladies, thank you.
I do have one question that came to mind. It's probably an odd question, but do we have disciplinary problems from students online?
Do you mean students who are virtual, or do you mean their behavior, all students' behavior online?
Well, you know, all students, you know, you're supposed to be
Yes.
on at this particular time. You're not on. Where are you? What are you
Oh.
doing? Do y'all?
Not that kind, no. The behaviors we see online have to do with how they treat each other
Cyberbullying.
online. Yes,
Okay, cyber.
But I do think, Mr. Steele, I think when I certainly arrived and we were 50% of our students were virtual and 50% were in person, we did see some of that behavior, but for most of our predominantly virtual students.
And as Dr. Reynolds, I think she had a slide on her attendance data. It was very minimal.
Yeah.
That they're not attending like they should because of that flexibility. So that particular type of behavior, no. The other online behaviors, yes, sir, we do have issues with that.
But in elementary schools, we do have some of that, is that they need to be on the platform that they have been directed to be in, that we monitor that, because students do want to go around and do things, but that's something that we try to monitor, and we keep on top of that with our teachers, that monitoring our students in regard to the decisions they make is important.
Very good. Thank you.
At that, we'll move right into 11.3, which is a Stronger Connections Grant Fund allocation. And I'll certainly, Ms. Hale, and then Mr. Logan, our Executive Director of Student-Centered Services. And I believe they have a very special guest with us that they will introduce as they provide their overview. I'll turn it over.
Madam President, members of our board, Gary Logan, Executive Director, Student Services, glad to be here tonight.
I'm Kathy Hale, and this hat right now that I'm wearing is Supervisor of School Counselors, and I've asked Miss Tammy Jones to be with us. She is representing the Ripple Effects software, and she'll have us part in this in just a minute. So I'm very excited to present this to you. This program was brought to me by one of my elementary counselors, and we actually had Miss Jones come a year ago in the summer and show all of our counselors this software, and they all fell in love with it. It's going to be a help in so many ways for things that we see as a district, just like we looked at just a second ago, places that we need to improve and ways that we need to support students. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the grant that we've received. We actually already received this. Thank you to Miss Heather Rhodes Newbern, who wrote this grant for us, and thank you to Miss Jones for letting us know about this grant and that it was available and that their software could be paid for through that. So we actually were awarded this grant back in September for the district, and this grant was, that's a lot of numbers, a lot of money, and it's over a 3-year period that we have been awarded these funds. We've decided to put the focus area on school counseling and school-based mental health. So I will let Ms. Jones tell you a little bit about the Ripple Effects software, and then we can answer questions about that too.
Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me? Okay, well, Ripple Effects, I was sitting back there listening to all the conversations going on, and I'm thinking this is a great solution and tie into that. And Ripple Effects directly aligns with the Stronger Connections grant. What we really like to do is empower students with skill building so that they can be empowered with social and emotional and behavioral competence through that. We know that, research shows that kids can't be in fight, flight, freeze mode and learning mode at the same time. It's impossible with the brain. So what we're trying to do is to help students to build those skills so that they can get into that learning mode and to be self-regulated with those behaviors and feelings and things that they're going through, especially like we're talking about through COVID and all of that. So Ripple Effects, what it is, it's a complete library suite of modules and topics that counselors will be able to use. There's over 600 plus trauma-informed digital topics that can be used multi-tiered for all students with that to help them build those skills. Okay, so, and I keep hearing, you know, talking about when they're behaving, it's communicating something. And so that's something that at Ripple Effects that we try to do is to get to that root cause of that behavior. So what's causing that fighting, what's causing, you know, the bullying and things like that. So we build skills, you know, at a level where it's, you know, simple, maybe, you know, having empathy or maybe predicting consequences or managing and controlling impulses. But also we get down into the behaviors, the fighting, the things that you were just talking about in the previous report. But also where we're digging down to that individual level is what's going on at home. You know, maybe you have an addicted parent, you have a, you know, an alcoholic dad, or, you know, grief, you've lost someone. So we're coming across the spectrum into all levels to help that student. Ripple Effects will be able to be used at all 3 tiers. So counselors can use it, you know, with all students. As that elementary student counselors push into those classrooms, those lessons will be ready. Also, they can, you know, pull small groups of students or individual students to work with some challenging behaviors. And even, you know, there's a few students that need that more intensive report. Maybe some of those students that we were talking about earlier that have multiple, you know, offenses, something's going on there. So, you know, ALE, ISS, so you'll be able to use this program with all parts of your school and as a layered solution. Ripple Effects has many positive impacts. We've been around for over 25 years and used across the nation very positively. You can look on our website under evidence and see all those third-party impact studies, but increased achievement and, you know, increased students coming to school and less tardiness and things like that. With Ripple Effects, it's a digital module program where students, they're doing the work. And so, you know, counselors are provided with that content, but these modules are multimodal, so it's going to work with all students' learning styles. So they'll be learning, like, if it's anxiety, so they'll learn about what is anxiety, and then they'll have skills to build if you do have anxiety, what can you do? There's true story videos of peers. So if it's an elementary video, it'll be elementary students who have become resilient in that area, so they're telling their story. If it's high school, it'll be a high school student. But there's a digital portion, a journal, so that they can write about their feelings and their experiences, set goals, you know, who can help, things like that. And there's a multiple choice assessment. So it's a full spectrum module that they go in depth. There's related topics with that. Okay, another great thing that the counselors are going to love is there's a playlist creator. So we have these curated playlists that can already be done, or they can customize their own. So they'll pick skills, you know, that those students need and try to get down to that individual level and assign it just by dragging and dropping. There's a screener that's within it where students will answer a question about how they would interact with, you know, maybe empathy or self-control. And so that students themselves can see, you know, what are their strong areas and their weak areas, and counselors and teachers can see as well. There's also the data that's going to give that accountability, so you'll be able to see if students have completed the modules that were assigned. You'll be able to see the number of minutes, the time of day, how long they spent on it. So there's that accountability part. Another part of it is Educator Ally. It's for the teachers, because we know that teachers have anxiety and depression and burnout and, you know, what we were talking about through COVID. So there's going to be those modules in that same type of framework for those teachers. And also there will be topics for if you have a defiant student in your room, how do you handle that student in a restorative way? That was discussed earlier as well. And so professional development, we're here with you for the long haul with that. So we're going to be working with your leadership team, your program implementers. You'll have an assigned client specialist team that will be yours for North Little Rock. So at the beginning, we'll come in and do a needs assessment, and, talk with your leadership team. What do you want to go do? What are your goals? Mid-year, come back in and look at your data, see where we are, and end of year, evaluate where we are. And that'll go on each cycle, each year. You get that support.
I think I also failed to mention that they're giving us a lifetime license with this, so this is not something that we would have to renew. This is a lifetime license for our district. All right. So the fee, this is the fee, the cost there for Ripple Effects. It is covered by our grant funds. It is a one-time fee for a permanent licensure, and it covers elementary and secondary. And as Ms. Jones mentioned, also our staff members have access to this. It will be based in our Clever platform, so anyone with a Chromebook with access to Clever has access to these videos. The counselors, we have already made some plans and plan to do PD over the summer, building those playlists that she was talking about. For instance, if a student gets in trouble for fighting or a repeat offender for a certain thing, we can build specific playlists within the software that they can be required to go through those steps before returning to the classroom. Just our counselors see this as an extra body to help them, an extra source for a kid. If they're serving one student, they can give another student an assignment on Ripple Effects until they can get to them, and we just keep them engaged during that time.
All right. The other element to this particular grant is the human element. We like the digital platform. We understand that it is a great bridge in regards to being able to support our students. When Kathy first brought this forth and we were looking at the grant, we also realized that it could, in fact, support a mental health counselor. So as you all know, we have a mental health crisis in our nation. So we thought it would be beneficial to us because at one time the district did employ someone who had a job titled to this to be able to support us boots on the ground. So while teachers and counselors can assign platforms from that restorative justice approach, if you do something in class, you steal something, then I can assign you a module in regards to stealing to help you teach you that specific lesson in regards to that. However, there's a portion of it that takes it a bit further with some of the crises that we have on our campuses each and every day. This counselor position, mental health counselor, is really along the lines of what we see with like our substance abuse and our third-party vendors that come in and provide counseling services to our students. We would like to have somebody on staff. So right now we're contractual with everybody outside of our school counselors. Everybody else who comes in to provide counseling services to our students, there's an MOU, they get approved, but they bill most of it. If they are on campus, they bill Medicaid. But those are not individuals that actually work for us. This would be an instance in which the person would actually work for us. One of the things that we see with our counseling agencies is their high turnover rates, burnout, and there's just such a need that they're always turning over, so there's always a vacancy. The hope in this particular instance would be able to employ somebody, to retain somebody to be with the district, and as we were met with crisis, we could deploy someone to be able to do that. So the residual funds from the grant would be used to support the salary and benefits of this individual. Now we've missed this year has sailed. However, when you do the math, we don't have quite enough to go the full extent of the 3 years, but it would give us get us really close to being able to support that for 2 years, and we're certain that Dr. Paluski and Mr. Brown can come to a consensus to support where we might be just a hair short. But that's really where we are with that. So we'd open it up for questions.
I think it's great. Wonderful. Tell Ms. Heather we appreciate her leadership and appreciate you guys working together. I think that's a good next step for what we just seen. moving in the right direction.
So, who will be the person overseeing this program? You will?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are the students going to get access? Will it be
Through
in
the
a
Clever.
class at school, or?
So it's going to be in their Clever portal. So I don't know how familiar you are with that, but that's our platform that we use for all of our third-party software. So a student can click on any of the apps within that platform on their Chromebook. And so this will be another area for that. They can have access to work through it on their own if they so choose, or counselors can assign things to them, or counselors can also push in and do a classroom lesson where everybody could go in and look at this at once. So it's available to them just like Lexia, Zern, all that other stuff is on their platform.
So will it be mostly the counselors that are dealing with this program and not the classroom teacher?
It's going to be open to all. So even your assistant principals, if they've got someone in there for disciplinary reasons, can also use this. It'll be open to everyone. Clever's covers most people in our district have logins to that. And then we can set whatever access they need to the program. But that was one of my favorite things about this program, is that it has the adult portion to it, that teachers can work through it too. If they're just having a day or they're having a kid that they're having trouble dealing with, there are articles and sessions that they can work through in that will help them as well.
Is it often that you would have a parent and a student working together on something at home? Let's say you have a...
You can, like with one of the components of the module, it has like family. So it'll, like, if they're working through it, like the counselor, you know, she may assign that family part. So it'll just have kind of questions to go home and to talk with your parent about for those discussions that might not ever happen. But here it's maybe an assignment, you know, they can print it out and take it home and have those and then come back with that. So there's also a parental booklet within the additional resources that counselors will have access to. There's lots of good things, you know, posters and all kinds of different additional resources within that can help.
Is there like a parent component to this program at all?
I would say that, you know, what I was saying with the family part of within that module, because it's going to bring in family every time, whatever topic it is, you know, to have those discussions and to do that.
But
So
probably
it's
not
like,
to have
you know, like, I know-
specific access, since we're not sending
No.
all of our devices home any longer. They can access Clever from home. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I just wonder, some programs have a parent component that
Correct.
parents can go in and use too.
Right now, what we have discussed in all of the discussions we've had about this program is that our parent piece that we're going to focus on right now is when we've worked with students and we've assigned things, the whole data that she was showing you, where you can pull up the student and show what we've assigned to them, which areas they've gone through, how much time they've spent in it. That's us showing the parent, this is what we're trying to do to help with this situation.
Well, I noticed on one of the screens there, it lists that there's like over 600 topics with lessons for students. Can we get a list of those 600 topics, or a list of the topics?
Yes, we will get that to you. And all of the topics, it's local control. You can block topics, unblock topics, so you have complete control of it. We can block topics before it ever gets here, you know, just what you need for your district and demographics.
Okay, so
complete-
some local decisions can be made
Oh,
about.
absolutely. It's all local control about all the topics. And that will happen in one of the very first meetings, you know, after we partner, is we'll sit down with the leadership team and your client services person. We'll sit down and we'll talk about that. And that's a very important piece of it, at looking at the list of topics in both the kids and the teen program, and are there any that you want blocked? And it's completely blocked. It's not grayed out. You can't even see it. It's just not there.
I noticed too on one of the screens you had a individual student report.
Mhm.
It was called. Is that what the
Yes, now the individual
teacher
student.
looks at, or the counselor looks at that, or?
And you'll get a district aggregate report too. So there's all different kinds of reports. That just for brevity here, I just kind of put that one up there. But you can have a school report and a district report, and it'll kind of put all the information together with that. But you can pull up a particular student and see which topics he's completed, what he still needs to do if he hasn't completed it, how much time he spent. And they can't go on it and just turn it on and walk away. You have to be interactive with it for it to count, those minutes.
Well, I noticed at the bottom of that screen it has sensitive topics. I don't know.
Well, so sensitive topics are those personal topics to kids. So maybe like an alcoholic parent, or something that's personal to students that's personal to that student. So that's what that is.
And it's going to be listed as private exploration there, so that it's private to them. But again, anything that needs to be blocked can be blocked from us ahead of time. But these are things that kids might be afraid to ask other people, but they have the ability to search here to get the help that they need.
And that's an important part, that kids can self-explore and be assigned, topics with that. But
I know that Dr. Paluski has a protocol for us, and the state has this form that companies sign for.
It has been signed by Ripple Fix already. Yes, ma'am. I have that in my office.
Okay. Okay, great. I'd love to see the topic list too.
Okay.
Because I know I was in elementary too and high school. We covered bullying and digital citizenship, and I was looking at some of the topics that I could see, that we've been doing a long time, but not with any program like this.
Yeah.
But
like in our teen program, we go all the way from acne to gun violence, and everything in between. So we have more topics than any other company out there, because we do try to get down to that individual level to get to that root cause of that expressed behavior.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Yes. Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Ms.
I first
Jones.
want to thank you
Thank
for
you.
considering us, and whoever wrote for the grant. Several years ago, the North Rock School District did have a drug counselor within the system, and they supported all mental health aspects, but the only way that basically they got to see those students was because it was counseled when they got suspended, and before they got suspended, and maybe students that were getting suspended for drugs. That person too would entail drug counseling and would refer them out if they need further help. So I guess the question I would come back to you, the person that we have received the grant for, would they be in a position to make referrals, to when they really see something very serious wrong with this child?
When you say referrals in regards to,
Day
like to
treatment,
this?
day treatment, or
Yeah, so they would be a part of that process. It's always going to be at the building level, facilitated with counselors and administrators, but they would be included in that process, in the consideration, if we were considering changing placements or anything like that.
Okay, I just don't want them sitting there, but doing something,
No. There's plenty of work to be done.
Okay.
And we have a lot of things in mind. So it wouldn't just be drug counseling, but mental health as well.
Okay then, thank you.
Ms. West?
First of all, thank you and kudos to Heather Newbern for her excellent grant writing skills. I know she's good at what she does on that. One thing that I had a question about was, and I think you kind of touched on it, Mr. Logan, as far as the longer term effect, as far as when this grant money runs out, as far as possibly keeping that person on staff. And I know you kind of touched on that's something that we just have to look at a little bit later, but also, is this grant reapplicable, as far as, is it a situation where you can reapply for this particular grant after a certain period of time, or is this just a one and done grant?
That I couldn't answer right now.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure that Ms. Heather Rhodes Newer knows
Yeah,
that
she'll-
because she wrote this
It,
for us.
it was a federal government grant, so I think it's, you know, through the pandemic came out and like every state got funds and it became a competitive grant. So I think it's maybe a one and done unless they reauthorize more money to do it, hopefully. I know mental health will continue to be a problem, but it's just part of that.
There have been extents outside of this. This was a great way when Tammy presented it. Kathy brought it. We had already had started the conversation about, hey, this was a position that we've had before. Where did it go? How do we get it back? So that's a conversation that's been ongoing. This is a great way to jumpstart it. So it gives us a little bit of time to, whether it be that we find funding through another grant or through a partnership. You know, we have great partnerships with UAMS, but the emphasis for us is to be able to own that person rather than be contractual with a vendor.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I love this. I've already touched on this a little bit. I love that we're going to have the resources at our fingertips. I love that not only for our counselors to have it and to assist with it, but our teachers, because a lot of times they're first on the scene. They're the ones who see the behavior first before they go to the counselor and say, hey, I need your assistance, or whatever it may be, and how that conversation unfolds. I love that opportunity. I also noticed, just for clarification, so we're going to I see the tiers, I see the grade levels. So technically, at 6th grade campus, we can kind of form it to what our children on the 6th grade campus, 7th and 8th grade campus are kind of going through and give them some key points, correct?
Yes, and that was one of the things that Ms. Jones pointed out to me also, is that you're able, through the reports, to look at what kids are personally exploring. What is an important topic to our students right now? What are the things that they're looking at most? And that would give our counselors an idea of what, how to structure their lessons.
So I'm going to ask a personal question, if you will, a little bit on the data that we receive via our students. So is there a way that we track, or can we track what they're Googling or what they're looking up? And is that something that we can help add into these tiers, or that informational ball that we can steer them within the avenues? So I'm not asking if we collect, because I don't want that on record, but what I'm asking is if that is something of a possibility to assist us in getting that avenue for our children. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
So are you talking about, like, if a child Googles something that is...
Whether it's self-harm, whether it's
So
dad being an alcoholic,
We do.
mom being an alcoholic,
We do.
military family, whatever that Google search states and it's.
We do. We have a software, I can't remember.
Go Guardian.
Go Guardian, which we do on every one of our devices, and it does keyword searches. And that alerts the school counselor, alerts the administrator. We use it daily.
And we also have the Stop It app that
And the Stop It app.
For suicide prevention and things like that. So they're two totally different things, but you have to be careful about gathering student data, because student information and privacy is very important to us. We do not gather information on students. No.
Very well said. Good job.
But within our program, you'll be able to see trends. Like, I know last year this was at a really rural school. The counselor called me and she said, oh my gosh, I would have never known that we had a cutting problem. It was at a junior high. And she said, till she looked at one of her reports and she saw that 37 students had looked up cutting. And this was a really rural, small district here in our state. And she said, I just pushed out cutting to the whole junior high. She said, because I want to nip it in the bud. So you're going to have reports, like that. That'll show you trends of what they're looking and what they're talking about.
And in today's information age, that's where kids are going to get their information.
Yes.
They're not going to other people. So for us to be able to see the topics that they're searching, then we can be proactive in teaching about those topics.
And there was just I think it was like 2 weeks ago in Ed Week, there was an article about how kids are now going to TikTok for their mental health thing. And so, that's not what we have is research-based, and it's been out and third-party tested. So it's controlled, and you'll have that consistency between your buildings and campuses, and if a student moves from one, campus to another, they'll have that consistent help.
Yeah, I love that. Good job.
I love it, I love it, I love it.
Again, to a thank you, big thank you to Heather Rose Newbern.
Yes.
I love it, especially when we can find money and that provides resources for our students and even our teachers. That's what I love about it, because we know that it's very easy to become overwhelmed. And the fact that we would have a tool to combat that and to help that, because mental health it's important. I mean, if you're trying to take a test and you got in the back of your mind something that happened at home or on the way to school or as an adult, between household and marriages and all that, I'm glad that we're going to be providing an out.
And I do want to say thank you to Ms. Jones, because she's been traveling back and forth. She is Arkansas-based, but it's 3 hours for her to get here, and she has been back and forth to the North Little Rock School District since September, working with my counselors and working with Ms. Rhodes Newbern. And Ms. Rhodes Newbern has done a lot of work on this grant, so I thank y'all both for being patient with us to get it before the board.
Thank you.
I love it. Thank you.
Great.
Can I do one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. You were talking about how we have problems with outside counselors that we contract with. So, if we hire this substance abuse mental health counselor, will we still be contracting
Let me
with
clear
outside
up my language.
sources?
Contractual, we don't actually have a contract with them. They bill Medicaid in order to provide school-based counseling. So we allow them to come in. So it's your Strive, it's your Pinnacle Point, it's your counseling associates. They're their own businesses and entities. What we're giving them is access to the students during the day.
Okay.
Again, it's billed through Medicaid. So
The families are contacting
the families are. So it's not it's just we allow them access
Correct.
to the students during the instructional day on our campus. So it's not anything that we don't hire them on a contractual basis.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make clear. That
Yes,
And yes, that will continue.
yes. Okay.
For that kind of money.
I'm sorry?
Y'all gonna post the job?
We're going to clean up the gym. We've got a little more work to do in regards to the job description, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, post it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Don't hire her.
Well, wait, I haven't had my questions.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I just want to make sure the job being posted.
All right, well, I want to say, I love this. I love having someone ourselves, but I just want to caution, because I've been on the board long enough to see us hire someone under a grant, and then we don't have the
State
money,
funding.
and they're out of operations, and I just did the quick numbers, and to hire someone for 2 years, it's going to cost 30 out of operation. For 3 years, it's going to cost 106,000 out of operations, and then after that, it's going to have to be fully funded through operations. I'm not saying I'm opposed, but it's
Fiscally
a little,
responsible.
yeah. It's just, I would just want to make sure we remember we've done this before, and then we end up with people on the payroll that the money's gone.
Well, and that's
And-
a big component of this grant is we're using that. You had to specify what you were going to use the funds for before you applied. These were our biggest areas of need. So we did have that conversation. But again, with this employment, because it is grant funded and being fiscally responsible, it will be tied to the language of funding availability in order to continue. It's not an assumption that the district will just pick that up, because I think at this point our office will bear the responsibility of either finding new avenues to fund it, or if there is room in the budget and there is a need, then how can we fund that somewhere within operating or some of our other special budgetary areas.
Okay, well, I just wanted to throw up the caution flag.
Ms. Jones has also been very generous in forwarding me grants that this would all fit under, and so anytime that she hears about something that we could also apply for, again, I'm sure we could look into that.
Okay. And then my question is, if you're close in Arkansas, what other schools have this?
There's a lot of schools in Arkansas. In Little Rock, their ALE program, that they're using our teen program, and Dr. Broadnack's over there, they love ripple effects. But we go from little bitty school districts like in Ozark Mountain School District, which are tiny, you know, to El Dorado is school-wide like you guys are going to be. So we have all different size districts. Russellville, part of their district uses it, part of Greenbrier uses it. Bryant got the Stronger Connections grant like you guys did, and they funded the kids program. They're looking at coming and doing the teens program, but they're real happy with the kids program.
Well, I love it because I think self-knowledge is really important, and it takes a while to get to know yourself. So this is a great way to help our students know themselves. So I love that. Thank you.
Dr. P, can I say something also? This kind of
Sure.
wraps into reorganization plan as well. Speaking of counselors and speaking of our just services, our wraparound services as a whole. So this is good that we're kind of getting a jump start on that as we pause other things. So that's good stuff.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Something free.
Good job, good job.
Well, there's always a cost.
Well,
The last information item is 11.4 is Act 1240 waiver extensions, and I will welcome my colleague, Mr. Jacob Smith, Executive Director of Human Resources. This will be a brief, high-level overview. We do this every year.
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Paluski, Madam President, members of the board. As Dr. Paluski stated, I'm Jacob Smith, Executive Director of Human Resources. The reason I'm presenting the Act 1240, and Ms. Williams, whenever Dr. Reynolds was up earlier, she was referencing the Act 1240 waiver extension. It was discussed in her slideshow. And for the purposes of human resources, really why we request the Act 1240 waiver is for 3 different criteria. It's teacher licensure, flexible scheduling, and class size and teacher load. And those 3 things are what the waiver covers. The licensure aspect allows us to license individuals through another alternative pathway that's provided by the state. So that's what this waiver does. North Little Rock has had this waiver in place since November 14th of 2019, and it is a 5-year waiver, and so it expires November 13th of 2024. So we are starting the process that's been defined by the state to renew that. And so with that being said, all those different steps and pieces, part of it is bringing it to you guys as an information item. We had to survey our community, go through that whole process. A lot of people know the lingo of Act 1240 around North Little Rock. All of that being said, we had the last pie chart you will see is we have about a 70% interest rate from the community to continue the waiver. And so that's pretty much the gist of what I'm asking. I don't want to overcomplicate it if I don't have to, but I'll be more than happy to answer any questions I can.
Dr. Redis?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions.
none for me.
No questions. Is this the waiver, the resolution that's in our packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No, I just was noticing there are like 442 responses. So is that what you typically get when you send this out for the Act 2040 waiver?
It's kind of it's a touch and go depending on what the subject matter is. We'll get anywhere from 400 responses to 1,500 is about what I see. It normally floats around 700 is what I'd like to see on average from my experience, but that is the feedback we got on this survey.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
No questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, action items, which are new business. The first action item is 12.1, employment of personnel. The superintendent recommends the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I so move that we accept the recommendation of superintendent on personnel.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the next action item is 12.2, the North Little Rock School District Instructional and Wraparound Services Support Reorganization Plan Proposal Phase 4. And my colleagues and I will go up front to provide some brief remarks before we discuss.
Okay.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, for the record, my name is Greg Paluski, the proud Superintendent of the North Little Rock School District. Joining me are my colleagues, Dr. Tori Hooper, Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Brian Brown, our Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Jacob Smith, our Executive Director of Human Resources. Not too long ago, we came before you as we go all the way back to the day in which I was hired on November 1st and talked about the 100-day transition plan summary report and the significant need to reorganize our entire district over time in different aspects based upon the needs of the school district. Since we've presented this proposal in front of the board, and we thank you for sending it to the LPPC and the CPPC. Immediately the next day after that, my staff and I met with our executive leadership team. We also immediately met with all of our school principals, and we specifically met with our school counselors. Since that period of time, Mr. Smith, Mr. Brown, Dr. Hooper, and I, we've spent a significant amount of time personally with the LPPC and CPPC multiple times. We started virtually, I think, with the LPPC, and they were over at the high school and asked if I would be in person, and certainly had done that. I think spent over 2 hours and collecting feedback. We received, I think, nearly 17 pages of questions that were single-spaced. We had spent a good about 8 hours on Monday preparing those responses to send that to the LPPC so that we made sure that every employee had a voice. We made sure that all of our questions, LPPC or CPPC, had the opportunity to ask questions, and we wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity for a response. I've also done some additional research. I've met with some parents. I've talked to individual teachers. I've talked with some MC multi-classroom leaders, both current and former. We met again with the principals at our principals meeting and gathered as much information as I could as the leader of the organization to make a decision. At the end of the day, you've hired me as a superintendent to improve a school district. You've empowered me to make decisions that are in the best interest of children and in the best interest of our employees, and to catapult and to move our system forward. My job is to move our school system forward. My job was to move us out of status quo and begin a vision to create a district that I see nothing but possibilities of a future that is brighter than our data currently reflects. My job is to push. When you're a leader, your job is to push and set high expectations and tell everybody this is exactly where we're going, this is where and how we're going to do it. But as a leader, you also have to be self-reflective of when you need to slow down, when you need to stop, and when you need to pause. Because no matter the significance of the change that's maybe needed, it is important that you deeply listen to the employees that are potentially impacted. And that's what I did. And spent a lot of time in self-reflection and deep reflection, and clearly came to the conclusion there is no way, shape, and form that we are ready right now as a school district to move this reorganization plan forward. And there are systemic issues. I will say that I do appreciate the 17-page questions that we were asked, and we went through every single one. it was even more enlightening to me as a leader of this organization how many systemic issues we have that surround the teaching and learning process. And that starts in the classroom. That starts with its support network. You always hear me talk about things that improve teaching and learning. The first thing's the teacher. The second thing is the principal, the assistant principal. Those are leaders that we've been moving out of a traditional management model to an instructional leadership model, and to wrap around support services to those leaders and those teachers to be able to help them improve. I don't think it's any secret that I questioned opportunity culture the first day I was here, as I got to listen and learn that that was something that was happening. It was an initiative. No fault to anyone past to me. I think there was good intention there. But it's also in good intention if there's not a vision behind it, there's not follow-up, there's not professional development, there's not expectations. You get a splintered system that everybody has a different expectation for what that looks like. And one of the things that almost stopped me dead in my tracks as I was talking to some of our leaders, certainly in this process, that it's even unclear what distributed leadership looks like, sounds like. What does that mean? I had a leader say that to me. Dr. Palouse, this all sounds well and good, but what does distributed leadership mean? And that made me pause and even further reflect that we have a long way to go to further define, further work together, side by side with our leaders, and rethink about what support looks like to our teachers. Outside of our most valuable asset, which is our students, is our teachers. And I will also say, and I will own this, this is not good timing on our part as a school district in rolling this out, and that's being empathetic and sympathetic to our employees that may have been potentially impacted. I have to reapply for a job, maybe find a job. Once you go through the interview process, this might not be. That is anxiety in and of itself. And we want to retain our teachers. We want to retain the best and the brightest that we have in the school district. And for that reason, which is why I am requesting in this reorganization that we push pause. I am only requesting at this time that the part of the proposal that deals with employee stipends is the only part of the plan that goes forward at this time. There's more work that we need to do as an executive team. There's more work that we have to do with our principals. There's more work that we have to do with LPPC to listen more of the needs and come back with a reorganization model that may look different. But I still believe these areas are significantly important that need to be restructured. The support to the individual teacher, the instructional side of the house, as well as the wraparound service side of the house. And those are my short remarks, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I believe Mr. Steele has a question.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Want to start out with what you said toward the end. It sounds like you did your due diligence when you mentioned talking with the people who were directly impacted. Certainly, we all have. In particular, I know I have received several calls, several emails. You mentioned talking to the parents, and you mentioned having dialogue with the committee as well. I think all are a part of leadership and due diligence. I think my question is, why didn't you do that before you presented it to this board?
Well, the first piece is you're dealing with personnel, and you're dealing with personnel matters that are confidential. So anytime we hold that, and that's Mr. Smith, that's the world that we live in, that's why we go into executive session, that we talk about personnel matters. Those are private matters. When you're reorganizing anything, when it touches a lot of people, that's a specific personnel matter. I still am under the belief, it's in statute under the superintendent, that he or she has the statute to reorganize the organization how he or she believes that it is best to be organized in order to move the school district forward. This is the fourth one that we've done, and it goes through a lot of reflection and thought before anything, certainly. And that's also part of the process here in Arkansas of why we have an LPPC and a CPPC, so that they do have a seat at the table, that they do have an opportunity to weigh in. This one is different. And
I was more so speaking regarding the parents, because we hadn't heard much from them until after the vote. The parents and the people who have been impacted. I think the day before, Doctor, you went out and actually to schools to let people know that their positions may be impacted.
So yes, and I'll let him speak here in 1 second. Yes, because we believe that it is best to hear from us first if there is a potential that your job may be impacted. We do not want you to hear that in an open forum, and that's what we've asked, right. and certainly.
So if it was a personnel issue then why is it not a personnel issue now? I'm asking the superintendent.
I guess I'm confused by your question.
Yeah, you said you didn't do your due diligence before.
I didn't say that. I did not say I didn't do my due diligence before.
You said when you're dealing with a personnel issue. Well, I'll let you expound on that. It's still a personnel issue is my question, correct?
I'm still confused by your question. If your question is, which I'm still confused over what your question is, why didn't we share this? Why didn't we share this reorganization?
Let's pass that question then and go to how many people did you contact personally that you personally told may or may not have a position with the school district?
I attempted to make contact with everybody affected by the reorganization.
Correct.
And how many is that?
Without going back and looking at the list, sir, I don't have that number off the top of my head. It's embedded in the in the wraparound services report.
Okay. So when you speak of in what we were looking at before, because I assume those things that you talked about happen as a board member, that all the things you talk about, meeting with groups, meeting with parents, meeting with those impacted, by the time it gets to the level that I have to make a decision, I make the assumption that you've done all that.
You make the assumption.
But the things that you mentioned you did since the vote that helped to change your mind, or what specifically changed your mind that now was not the right time?
So the vote that you took was to send it to the LPPC and the CPPC for 10 days. That's what you voted on.
Right.
That's what we did. We followed the law. We followed exactly what it was. And the due diligence is listening, is writing responses to over 17 pages of single-space questions that each employee group, which has the right to be able to do, and we responded to that, and I reflected upon that. Could I sit here and could have sat here and recommended that we can continue to move forward? Sure. But it's not the right decision to make right now. And that's based upon where the school system is, the timing of it. As I mentioned, and I'll be the first one to take responsibility of the timing, meaning April versus maybe a year in advance. So there's a lot of factors that have to be taken into consideration. The other factor, which I often talk about, is when you look at complex and you look at organizational leadership and you look at situations like this is one complex Rubik's Cube that you are trying to solve, and that's what you've hired me to do, is solve complex problems. And this complex Rubik's Cube, when you turn it this way, it causes this, and there's an effect over here. And you cause this, and there's an effect over here. And so what you try to do organizationally is have the least amount of disruption to an organization, as least amount as possible, and still provide a high level of service and support to the classroom and to affect the bottom line. Again, our system's not ready for this right now.
when you mentioned on your yellow sheet here, you mentioned a couple of times that you need more time. Can you be more specific about what you anticipate happening in this time reference that you use?
Sure.
Because the reason I asked the question, to be more specific,
Sure.
is because people's lives, the thing we do here, like that vote, it impacts people's life.
Yes, it does.
You know, when they receive, you're at your job, and the HR representative, head of HR, comes to your job and tell you you might not have a job once they leave. You know, every one of those individuals went home and had a conversation with their families. So those things are very serious, and they're very, very personal. And there's still a lot of people who I heard from who now want to know as soon as possible, what is the next step?
Sure.
Is this a delay? And we're going to look at this and do the same thing again, and they may get another visit from Jacob? Or is your direction to go and try to figure something out of how we can make these programs successful with the individuals that we have in place currently?
So first of all, every single day in this school district, I'm responsible for 7,902 students and 1,500 employees. And I take every single day of that responsibility seriously. I know that I have employees in my hands, and they're employed by us, and every single decision I make, right, left, or center, could impact them. I take that personally. Because they're employed.
So do I.
May I finish?
Sure.
Hold up.
If you respond to the question, though.
Well, and I will, but here's my point. In order to move a school system forward, it cannot remain stagnant. It cannot. And I think it's very clear. In fact, in all of the feedback I've gotten, on this side, that's about time, Dr. P, that somebody actually did something about opportunity culture. On this side, holy cow, I didn't realize that there were so many gaps in services that parents weren't getting in our school district. Wow, you opened our eyes to that. So the short answer to your question is, as it states in the yellow form, is that we are going to work with our leaders, we are going to work with the LPPC, and we're going to work with the CPPC now that they see what the plan is and what the concerns are. There's still a need to look at these departments to provide a better service delivery model. Now, that might look different on the instructional side as it relates to the change from the MCLs to the literacy coaches. I had somebody ask me a question, can we put a literacy coach in every single school? Absolutely. That was the first place I was at. But something else is going to have to give. And that goes back to the complex Rubik's Cube that in our first reorganization was to create the Division of Curriculum Instruction. And do we have a lot of work to do systemically in Division of Curriculum Instruction? Absolutely. But one of the things this school board was looking for in a superintendent that had a background in curriculum instruction. And one of the first things I noticed when I studied this school district was a lack of systems and structures around the teaching and learning process. That's curriculum design, that's in delivery of instruction, that's monitoring, and that's in professional development, to mention a few. That's why I called for the curriculum management audit, over 272 pages, and recommendations on the current state. Dr. Jim Farrell sat right here to this board and said, prior to the pandemic data that I had shared in 100 days, prior to the pandemic, and I know that in the pandemic, we're not going to say that's an excuse, but it's a reality. But Dr. Jim Farrell said right here, there's a reason why this school district has the results that it has, because there are systemic issues that are around the systemic functions of improving teaching and learning in this school district. So with that, which is where we get to the complex Rubik's Cube, and this is where we get to hiring. Let me go back to this, because this is very important of why we get into this complex Rubik's Cube. If you go back to the curriculum management audit, I think it's on page 32 and 35, there's 20 indicators of having a highly effective literacy program in a school district. That was in 2022. Do you know what those outside internet, what, you know what our score was?
Tell me.
Yeah, they didn't give us a score because we didn't meet any of the criteria. Have we moved forward since then? Yes, we have. Do we have a long way to go? Yes, we have. Are we making some movement? Yes, we have. But we still have a long way to go. And so I come all the way back around to say that is ideally in the fall is the projected timeline to come back to the Board of Education with a plan. If you remember, ideally anytime between July and probably December, if you're going to reorganize, that is the time to do it. If you remember, when we were getting ready to reorganize a different department, when Uvalde happened, it was very important to the board. I was coming with a reorganization of safety and security, and the board unanimously said to me, bring the whole thing right now. I stopped in our tracks. That's what we did. If you remember when we did that reorganization, we did it in July. A completely year to give all those employees more time. And that's ideally what we want to be able to do, is give our employees that are impacted the most time to reapply, find another job within our school system so we can retain them even though they might be doing different work.
So is your message to them tonight is to hold on, or I'm still not sure what direction we're going. Are you trying to make the program work with the individuals we have in place now? Or are you continuing to look at this program and they may get another visit from?
That's possible. It is. Yes, it's possible. That's exactly what I wrote in the yellow sheet. I said that we're going to work with our collective stakeholders. We're going to dialogue. We're going to do more feedback, and we're going to do some planning. And then I will come back to you, because I still believe we are all over the place as it relates to opportunity culture. We're all over the place as it relates to wraparound services. And I do believe there's a pathway forward to provide better service. Now, what might come back looks a lot different than what is proposed here. But there is still a need, when I go back to, there's still a need for literacy, there's still a need for math, there's still a need for science, there's still a need for those tested areas. And I get there's also a significant need of having somebody or some people at that individual school versus being spread out over multiple schools. I get that. Ideally, you want to keep that resource where it is. But I also have to be fiscally responsible that there are multiple levers that are being pulled at one time that we simply can't do it all. And that's what I will come back with, is a plan that looks at and engaging our leaders and what distributed leadership should look like, sound like, and feel like in this district, so that we can continue to improve our teachers and improve the craft of teaching and learning.
For the MCLs who are in the classroom as well, who have assigned classroom experience,
are you referring to
as it
partial
relates
MCLs?
Right, as it relates to the stipend, are they still expected to do what they're doing now without the stipend?
So in this proposal, the only thing that goes away is the stipend.
Right. So the coaching and
they're released for it. I mean, if they're released, in their schedule is released to do that duty, to do that function.
Right, but if they're getting a stipend currently because they're doing additional work,
well, I think
they're taking on extra responsibilities. Am I correct?
So I think therein lies some of the challenge, and I'll ask my colleagues to jump in here. In fact,
sure, and I'll be the first to say it's complex and it does need more coordination. It needs more oversight. And I'm trying to get to the crust of the questions that's been asked of me as a board member. That's what I do, regardless of what I'm.
Absolutely, absolutely. First month here, it's the first thing I said. What's the accountability? What is the expectation? Anyone that receives a stipend, that is extra compensation for duty outside of their contractual day. I'm not taking anything away from our MCLs. Please hear me. I'm not taking any away from the work that happens day in and day out. But I can tell you it's inconsistent about the work at each school. In fact, in one of the questions that we were asked, one of the questions was, my MCL just does administrative work and is not even doing what this was originally assigned to do. And it's a little bit all over the place.
It is. I agree.
And as the person that's responsible for the school district, that you hold me accountable for every single penny that is spent in this school district and hold me accountable of how we're using our money. And it's the same thing within our schools is where's the accountability?
Mm-hmm.
And that is something I've asked for ever since I've been here to, if you remember all the way back, there was a conversation when I first got here, he's going to cut opportunity culture. And I said I said that publicly in this meeting, I said, right now we need to study it. We need to study the model. It needs its due diligence. And that's a result of studying it.
And I think the last question.
Sure.
And I talked to a ton of people and did a lot of research.
Great.
And I'm glad Mr. Clark is here because, I heard from several people that opportunity culture is really working good some places and some places maybe not as good. But I hear the 6th grade campus really depends on it and is working good there. Have you been able to evaluate and go out and ascertain where these programs are effective, where they are working good, so we can possibly build on those areas and then fix these areas where they're not working as well as they should be?
Well, I think there's another reason for the pause, right? Is to further work with our principals and our leaders. I still question any campus when you have 65% of your students that are below grade level in reading. I question every single, and it's my understanding in that campus where some of the MCLs teach all day long. In the model was supposed to be partial release, but they work all day long. There's 5 reach associates. So if there's 5 reach associates, they're supposed to be pushing in. What are they doing? And so my short analysis of all this, again, it's all over the place, which is why I'm recommending to push pause, why I'm recommending that we go back and take a deep dive with our school principals and have a deep conversation about what in this school district does teacher support look like consistently across the school district. Consistently, systemically, that there's the same expectation consistently. Each school's different.
And you say that will happen over the summer at the beginning of the year. You will come back to us.
So what I'd said was that I would come back in the fall.
In the fall.
Yes, sir. I would come back in the fall after we have an opportunity as a leadership group to take a deeper dive into, again, this is where I talk about distributed leadership, and this is where I get back into capacity building. If I'm having a conversation with one of our school principals and I say distributed leadership, and they go, I'm confused on what that means, we have work to do. And another reason to pause, to collaborate, to think through systemically. But in this process, our school leaders also have to understand that there are external and internal factors that are going to have to be played into the decision-making process. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking forward to that conversation.
So am I. Thank you.
I was a recipient of a pink slip back in 19-something. Just out of the blue, somebody walked in and handed me a pink slip. I think it was an administrator that handed me the pink slip. So I know how employees feel, but I also know that information is personal, and you have to keep that with the person that it's going to involve. And that's why we had Jacob Smith do what he did. And I know that's tough to do. I also know that by pushing pause on this, we won't have the money that we thought we would have for raises. And I would like for you to speak to that for a moment, please, or Mr. Brown.
Sure, I'll give you the Mr. Brown can take that, but I'll just do the high-level overview. So if we go back to tell the whole story again, so when we passed the first reorganization, which was to put systemic-wide functions in content areas, i.e. hiring the content coordinators, we at the time had ESSER funds to be able to do that. The plan clearly articulates that for future sustainability, we will have to look at other budget funding sources such as Title I and ESA. Because we knew that ESSER was going away. With that, and the cost savings that is projected in there, I believe it at $1.4 million. The cost to implement the plan would be about 1.2, and then that projected savings in order to bring them back in. By pushing pause, we will the 1.4 that was set aside for raises, we would allocate to making sure that we bring those coordinators back in temporarily until we look to the following fiscal year to be able to bring them back in whole. And I'll let Mr. Brown add to anything that he wants to that.
No, that's correct. What we'll do is we'll use operating, I don't know if this is on, is this on? Okay. We'll use operating funds to temporarily support the budget for this following year until a final plan is made. So the reorganization plan created more than, it created new positions, and it made room for the existing positions that we had funded out of ESSER. And so that the net savings of 1.4 in the reorganization created room for those positions that were funded out of ESSER to come into ESA and Title I. Short of implementing the entire reorganization plan, then we have to find a way, since ESSER's going away, to fund the $1.2 million that we have in salary and fringe of the curriculum positions that we have. So the natural landing spot is for operating. So we'll land $1.2 million in expenditures in operating for 1 year in order to give time to reevaluate the proposal that we have and to figure out a path forward in that. So the goal would be those positions are ESA and title eligible positions. That's where they fit in the budget. That's where they should land. So we'll have to figure out a way forward to get those out of operating into ESA and title going forward. Does that answer your question?
What you're saying is there won't, well, let me just ask you this. Will there be any money in the operational budget to have a raise for teachers?
Not for the following year. If the reorganization plan is paused and we have to shift $1.2 million in expenditures to operating, that essentially erases the 1.4 that we had set aside to invest in salary schedules. So we're going to pause on the salary schedule recommendations, utilize those funds to support that budget item for 1 year. When we come back with a different plan, if we can get those into ESA, then we'll pull that 1.4 back out and reinvest in salary schedules. It's not the right time to do both, which is to prop up that budget, the ESSER budget that's going away, and invest in salaries at this time.
So we're looking at what we were just talking about with this grant that we've just gotten. That money's going to go away, and if we hire a counselor.
Right. All of those factors, and I'm so glad that we have a board that is aware financially of those type of impacts. Because you're right, we do accept grant funds, we invest in personnel, and then when the grant funds go away, unless you have a specialty area in the budget that can fund that, it lands in operating, which impacts your overall budget. So yes, those type of impacts have to be considered. However, I would say there may be an opportunity, even in federal, where that salary could land in the future. As we were discussing, as is being discussed tonight, there are some areas where we may be able to explore.
You're talking for the counselor.
For the counselor going forward, past the grant expiration. Yes.
So that's just for one person there. Well, I know that we've lost some students, and that means less money. And we're not the only ones all across the state. Right? Just the numbers are going down. As I remember at a school board association meeting, a presentation where it showed a 10-year graph with the whole state and the number of students in the districts. But I liked the idea that maybe we can expand our virtual program.
Sure.
And that would bring some students there. But we need to, North Little Rock School District can compete. I mean, I know we've got charter schools and private schools and homeschool and whatever else there is. But North Little Rock School District can compete.
100%.
And
100%.
reorganizing that we've done, and then this reorganization that is now on pause, are strengthening this district. So I appreciate you. I look at you as the Energizer Bunny, Dr. Paluski.
Thank you, Ms. McLean.
You have a lot of energy, and I know that you like to have things done. There are people that want, you get things lined up, and okay, we're going to do this, and this needs to be done next. And sometimes it's like you said tonight. I thought you did it very eloquently. It's time that you just push the pause button. And I think all these conversations that you have had and that you will have, and that we all will have. Some of us have had conversations with teachers this past week and parents, that it will definitely help as we push forward with this. And I appreciate it, and I appreciate Ms. Stumpenhouse comments tonight, too. I thought you did a very good overview of what's been happening in education for the last few years, and with COVID and everything. But the ESSER funds going away, every district is dealing with this, because I think Little Rock School District has to get rid of $15 million. Is that what it is?
I think it's over 100.
It's more than 15 million?
Over 20 million.
Over 20 million, they're going to have to reduce their budget. So that's going to be a very difficult task. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLean.
Dr. Paluski, first,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you
Ms. Williams?
for all that you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you came here, your 100-day plan again told us. And I have to be honest with you, I've been on board for 16 years. You came into a mess. And all you doing is trying to clean it up.
Yes, ma'am.
There may be some people now, and by the way, I don't know why we're having this long conversation on this. We're on the 4th round. And this has happened 1, 2, 3. We're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to clean up our district.
Yes, ma'am.
And Sarah, I want to commend you for listening. You listened to what he had to say, and I said thank you. It's a point is we have to do what we have to do as a board. There, and all of you sitting in this room know that there are some people working in this district that there is no accountability for them. They're just doing things, but that's not He's trying to clean it up, whereas what? We can be as one body. Principals out there. If all of these folk complaining, and I'm being honest, they're not complaining. I understand they complain. They're concerned about the monies. That's all. But if they folk would do the job, why are we still sitting up here with all these D's and F's, and we got all these coaches? You tell me that, and then you're gonna try to say, well, the board is so bad. No, we're not. We just want everybody to be held accountable in their job positions so that this district can have some A's, B's. Ridge Road principal sitting back there with F school, Mr. Clay Clark sitting back there with a D school, and we got all of these.
Ridge Road, not an F.
Yes. And so what I'm saying is, if everybody come together and quit complaining and just do your job, know your job, do your job, and don't worry about the other folk. And again, Dr. P, thank you.
You're welcome,
We heard
Ms.
what you said, Miss Sarah. You say you're going to back it up, but you are going to do the thing because we can do $200,000 if we can eliminate these stipends. That'll help us. Because do you realize we didn't go on no trips this year? Not even the board. And this is nothing new. But whatever we can do, and you see jobs coming up, if you don't feel not you're qualified, go to school this summer and be qualified when they're open again. That's all I'm saying to you, and thank you. Moving on.
First, I want to say that I appreciate all the work that you all have put into this as a district and as leaders. And I went back and thought about a time to where I was in maybe late elementary school, early junior high. And I remember when Pulaski County Special School District went through a reorganization under Bobby G. Lester. And my mom was a career educator in that district. And several of us here have either lived or been educators. Tracy, wife, is an educator in the Little Rock School District. Ms. McLean and Ms. Williams are former educators, and I'm a child of an educator and a child of a military father with an elementary education degree. So with that being said, is I've watched reorganizations happen before. I was affected by it as a child, and I remember I asked my mom, what are we going to do? And she looked at me and she said, Angela, I'm not worried because I have the education to back up what I can do. I'm not worried. She reapplied, she got a job. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I want to say real quick, I just want to urge everyone in the district to read the 100-day transition plan. It's very informative. And I mean, I sit here and I'm very observant, and I hear, unfortunately, really well a lot of times. So I hear a lot of the comments in the audience, and I see a lot of the stuff that just goes on. I'll put it to you like that. I've received 2 emails from people, 2 ladies, as a matter of fact, I read them today, that were affected by the reorganization plan. I went blank. And I'm very empathetic to what is put out. And you two present tonight, I'm very empathetic as to what you may have felt, and along with everybody else. I've watched it before. So with that being said, Dr. Paluski, I want to know that you've come from an area that is totally different from the South and from small town Arkansas. How have you handled, or how has superintendents handled reorganization plans, or how have you navigated that, or what is the process in other areas? Because I know we have the CPPC and the LPPC, so
Sure.
how does that, how does that factor into everything? I just want to know from my...
Sure, and I can only just speak from the the recent state that I left, very different. In that state, the superintendent, he or she may reorganize the school district under statute 2 times a year, January or July. They only have to let the school board know in executive session what their plan is, and then they would come out in open session and communicate that to the entire public.
So there's not a vote on it, there's just you
No, ma'am.
do it?
No, ma'am.
So I appreciate.
Not in that state. I can't speak for
Right.
every state. It's different.
Right, but just from where you come from. So I do appreciate you at least bringing it to us to give us the information and to allow us to process it and digest it. I just feel that, I didn't get a whole bunch of, as a matter of fact, I only got one phone call. I don't get like a whole lot of phone calls because, I'm just going to be straight up. Hang on a second, Ms. Williams. But, it was brought to my attention that our teacher of the year, Arkansas Teacher of the Year, was in that position. Well, she's going to lose her job. And my reply was, she's Teacher of the Year. Like, is she not confident that she going to reapply and get her job back? Like, she's Teacher of the Year for the state of Arkansas. So that should say something to, and I go back and I think about my mother. When I asked her, what are we going to do now that you have to reapply? Well, what are we going to do at this juncture? And she said, Angela, I'm not worried because I'm educated and I know my job.
Sure.
And anybody can look at her wall. She has 100 plaques and certificates where she's done her job and she's done it well. That's all I have to say.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been sitting over here praying, trying to get my emotions in check. Because I'm pretty angry right now with what just transpired. So bear with me. I wrote down some notes. This brought a lot to light. By page 5 and 6 in your reorganization plan, it shows the discrepancies of some of our schools that are level 1 that need the support the most, that they don't have the support.
Yes, ma'am.
So I see that as an issue. Bear with me. My emotions are taking over real fast.
But do we need to skip you?
So with our level 1 schools that need the support and they don't have the support, we're pressing pause, and it gives us a better timeline in order to find a better solution. That's what I'm hearing. You and I have had one-on-one conversations regarding this,
Sure.
and my request was that we have a literacy specialist in every
Sure.
campus. That's
Sure.
something that I told you I'm struggling to sleep at night
100%.
with the current plan of sharing.
Sure.
I can't.
Sure.
I'm personally struggling with that.
Sure.
So all of us board members from the consensus, we've all received emails and phone calls. There's been lots of conversations going. My children are the product of this district. My husband's a product of this district. My parents are a product of this district. It's personal
Yes,
for
ma'am.
me.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, this was very enlightening on where we spend money and where we don't spend money. And I want to commend the LPPC for already taking on the task of looking into the non-coaching stipends, because that shows awareness and conversations that are going on within our district.
Yes, ma'am.
So kudos to the LPPC for taking on that task. And I will be the first to tell you, a few years ago when we were on the other corner here in North Little Rock, I lashed out at the LPPC, and I told the current members at that time, if you come forth one more time regarding a stipend, asking for raises within that stipend, an increase within that stipend, or anything else, you know exactly what I'm talking about right now. I lost my marbles.
I thought she was going to say something.
I lost it. So the fact that you're bringing awareness to the discrepancies within the stipends, I'm for that. I'm good with that, because you're showing what was the favoritism at that time and who lacked receiving the funds that may or may not have been possibly needed. So I thank you for that. Thank you, Lord. I'm getting it under control. Coming back to Tracy's comment, 1,500 employees, 61 positions within your reorganization. I counted them up. I do my homework. That is something I am stern about and strict.
Yes,
61 positions.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was a possibility that we are pushing pause on for 26 positions to being reorganized, removed, eliminated, whatever we may needed to do on this plan that we're pushing pause on. Now, having that being said, we have to come up with a better solution. We have to come up with something. We see the indiscrepancies on the stipends. I've heard those conversations around the water fountain, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
People are upset, as they should be. I think it's bringing awareness and showing again the cracks that we have within our school system. To my two principals that are sitting in the audience right now, I remember sitting here a few months ago and we were talking about our growth and how we were so close from changing some of our letter grades, so close to going from those D's to C's and C's to B's. And like, my emotions need to be in check right now. I am so happy with the growth that we are achieving. I see the growth, and I know that we're only going to continue growing. So I need all of us at the table for these conversations. I need all of us to be a part of finding a better solution, but yet still being fiscal responsible. I see the work that our coordinators are doing. I see the work that our MCLs do. I see the work that our parent engagements, our instructional coaches, our REACH associates, our human service workers. I mean, we just saw a presentation on the ripple effect.
Absolutely.
And how we need that.
Glenview.
So, with that being said, I will end on this. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hearing them. Thank you for giving them a voice and pushing pause.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not going to go back over the raise part.
Yes, ma'am.
Redundant. But I will say, I did read the 100-day plan and the audit, and so therefore I truly understood the rationale behind the phase. However, being a previous employee, I've been on the receiving end of being riffed, and so I had empathy, sympathy, and all of it for the concern that those that were going to be impacted felt, because I've been there. So I understand that. So that's why I felt that it was rushed. And so I am extremely happy that we're putting it on pause.
Yes, ma'am.
I do thank you and the team for all of the hard work that was put into this current phase, because I know it took some work. But for the listening audience and clarity, at the end of the day, if we approve the 12.2, what we're saying, everybody's keeping their jobs.
Yes, ma'am. No job. Everyone will have in the job, obviously, and unless there might be a different circumstance,
right,
that they would. But generally speaking,
but
yes,
we're not phasing out any positions.
There's no budgeted positions in this plan that will be eliminated. That is correct.
We're only voting to end the stipend.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And your team is going to revisit the plan
Yes,
and
ma'am.
bring it back.
Yes, ma'am.
And it may look totally different.
Could.
The only thing that I ask is that during your planning, just like the conversation that you had with LPPC and CPPC and got their input, do that while you're in the planning process. And then maybe that everybody's not going to be happy.
That's what I'm saying.
There is no way possible, unless you were Jesus, you're not going to make, and still,
You don't get in this line of work to make people happy.
you're not going to make everybody happy. But we can eliminate some confusion by getting the inputs on the front end instead of the back end. And so I just ask that you know,
Sure.
shoot some ideas, you know,
Sure.
bounce off some ideas. And lastly, I believe that the implementation of the security phase was completed professionally and it went smoother. That whatever this phase entails, that we do the same thing to allow people the opportunity to apply, reapply, whatever is going to be needed, that there's plenty of time for that to be done.
Sure.
That's all that I ask. And again, I thank you for the work that you've put in, because this is not easy. And I
Amen.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I just had one quick question that I thought about. As far as when you restructure or change a particular job, position, title, how does that work as far as the legalities, as far as it staying the same? I mean, as far as the same person, is that legally you have to go back and reapply if you're changing the structure of a job?
Correct. If you're changing the title and the work of that job, that constitutes the reorganization.
So-
Mr. Smith add if he wants to add to that. So every time that we've done a reorganization, when you're dissolving a position,
That's what I'm thinking,
right?
okay.
This position goes away, and now this position gets created as a result.
So you can, in a sense, change it from MCL to ABCDFG with the same job.
No.
You know, well, you can change the name of it, but you can hire the same people, is what I'm saying. If HR so desires.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
If you have a highly qualified candidate
Right.
in there, you want to keep that highly qualified candidate in a similar role. The work might be a little bit different, but absolutely, that
Okay.
would be a high leverage pool of candidates that you immediately want to be able to pull from and retain.
But legally, you have to have those individuals reapply or apply or open it up, and you can keep it as an internal pool, or can you? Or how does that work? Or is it just opened up?
So it is. What we traditionally do is open it externally and internally. That has been our practice.
Okay, and then, but I guess what I still want to get out there is that being that the job structure and the title is changing and the work, then you have to open that up and you have to reapply for that
Absolutely.
said new
Everybody,
position.
and we have Mr. Smith could talk
Okay.
about this for days, but we have to give everyone an equal opportunity to apply for the position.
So if you don't give people that equal opportunity to apply for that position, what can happen, Dr. Paluski, to the North Little Rock School District?
A discrimination suit.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, my turn. I know it's late, Dot, and I don't say much.
I'm right here.
I know it's late. It's my turn. I have experienced you to be somebody who does listen and get feedback. So I'm really excited that other people are seeing that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I hate that there's gotcha moments that make you look like you don't. I think that you gave every one of these board members a chance to sit down and ask questions, so no board member had to assume that you had already talked to parents or anybody else. And no board member in this process, fourth time, would think you would do that ahead of time. Now, we can do that because the Band-Aid's been pulled off, and it's not a secret. This is where we're going, and we've listened, and they want input, and we can collaborate.
Yes, ma'am.
But if we do it again, it'll be the same process. And so there should be no board members who are acting like you've done something. I'm
When you
frustrated.
haven't.
I'm sorry. I appreciate all the feedback from the people, you know, because you were right. We needed to pause. I feel the need to defend because you haven't done anything. You've given all of us the opportunity for the same information, and not everybody has taken that opportunity, and that's all I have to say about that.
Yes, ma'am. Just one last thing that I want to say, and that, and I would specifically like to personally, as a superintendent of schools, to publicly recognize Ms. Stumpenhouse. I think her comments were very heartfelt. They were genuine. They were real, and I just want to say thank you.
I agree.
Okay, that's a very good report, and I appreciate you.
Mr. Smith, you have anything?
Not unless there's any specific questions, ma'am. I think Dr. Paluski covered it well.
I think he did too at 9:15.
It is an action item.
Is it
I
an
will-
action item?
I will
Yes,
take
it
a
is.
About the
motion.
stipends.
Madam
Yes.
President,
Are there, I'm sorry, is everybody
Okay,
present
Ms.
to vote?
Walker.
I'm about to
We
present
have
that.
enough.
Are you good? I feel like we've spoken. I feel like my emotions
I
are all
just,
over the place. I'm ready.
If there's no more questions.
Is my neck red? Because Lord help. Okay. Madam President, I so move that we accept the superintendent's recommendations for modifying the North Lark School District Instructional and Wraparound Services Support Reorganization Plan proposal, which is Phase 4, to only implement changes to employee stipends as presented in open session at the April 4th, 2024 board meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is legal transfers.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the legal transfers as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Madam President,
Okay.
I so move that we accept the consent agenda 13.1 bank reconciliation, 13.2 net legal balance worksheet, 13.3 monthly financial reports, 13.4 business office items, 13.5 payment regular bills.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, we are on to acknowledgements, and it is late.
Thank you. Everything was wonderful. Madam Chair, I so move that we adjourn at 9:17.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly. We're all in favor.
Aye.
We're adjourned.